Ready? Let's go ahead and get a seat. Hope everybody enjoyed our dinner last night. I think it was wonderful. Thank you, Chairman Corbett and Miss Holly, for all the work you did getting that ready. We sure appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. Great venue for sure. Just two things, committee. We'll say it again before we leave. After the meeting today, we have a lunch prepared for by the college, and we want to make sure that you stay around and attend. I think it'd be a lot of fun, and also your mileage and form is coming around. You need to fill it out for Miss Holly. She'd appreciate it. So starting off bright and early on Brownfields, we have Shauna Jones and Linda. You're going to have to say that name. I'm sorry.
Grijalva.
Grijalva.
Did I do
Okay,
it
thank
good?
you.
Okay.
We sure appreciate y'all being here so early and getting us started this morning. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You got it.
Okay. Well, good morning, y'all. And thank you, Chairman Jaspers and Vice Chair Corbett, Chairman Watson, and all the members of the committee. I'm really honored to be here today. My name is Shauna Jones. I am with the Carl Vinson Institute of Government at the University of Georgia. I direct the Planning and Environmental Services team, and we do all kinds of things with local government and state government, from helping do an ordinance to facilitating water plans to assisting very joyfully, I would say, with the House Natural Resources and Environment Committee with education and outreach. So we do a ton of work in that regard. And many of you may have been in Blue Ridge when we talked about our downtown master plan work. And that's one of the reasons I'm here today, is to talk about how our downtown planning work and our strategic planning work can lead to implementation. And one area where we want to see implementation is revitalization of brownfields. Every community has brownfields. So what are they? Brownfields are essentially vacant, underutilized properties that have either contamination of pollutants or the perception of contamination. And so they're difficult to sell, they're often abandoned, they're not paying taxes, they're a problem. EPA's role in brownfields redevelopment, and I wanted to be sure and say this when we talk to county commissioners and mayors about brownfields, this is a situation where EPA is a good guy, and sometimes folks aren't always as convinced of that, but EPA is a good guy in that this is a program that is about money, providing money for redevelopment. And we want to position our communities to get that money, to assess the brownfield, to see if there's contamination, and then get cleanup money. Now, y'all may think of brownfields, as I initially did, as huge industrial sites. Ponce City Market in Atlanta would be a great example. It's an old Sears and Roebuck building. Another example would be Atlantic Station, Atlantic Steel. But brownfields are not just those multi-million-dollar redevelopment sites. They include gas stations, dry cleaners, agricultural facilities, even parking lots. If there is a perception of contamination, it can be eligible for brownfield funding. Many of these properties are in rural communities. So why do it? Why redevelop a brownfield? The land is vacant, it's idle, it's not productive. There are concerns about environmental contamination. Neighbors face this. They have reduced property values. They may be worried about their kids playing in this area. They may be worried about their groundwater. Cities are seeing infrastructure that's going underutilized. Their sewer is there. There's electricity there, there are roads there, yet the property is not often paying taxes, and this is a waste. Developers may want to develop there, but they can't. They go outside the city or they don't come at all. And the owners themselves have issues, and there's programs to help them with that, and they're also not getting the amount of income generated from the property that they could. So doing this, cleaning up, puts property back into use, and that property becomes worth more, can create jobs, and have higher tax revenue. I was asked to focus on brownfields to health fields aspect of the program. So it is a fantastic situation, of course, when a gas station becomes, say, a restaurant or a business. That's a great use of brownfields. But there's also a use for a public amenity, a community center, a health clinic, a fire station, and EPA gives grants, extra points, if the brownfield application has such a plan. They want to see leverage. They want to see, hey, we're going to get USDA money, and we're going to get USDA money for a health clinic, or we're going to use HUD money. They like to see that stacking of federal dollars. Florida has been, I would say, a leader in trying to do the brownfields to health fields idea. And there are at least 2 areas that we know of where it was a brownfields, they cleaned them up, they got USDA money for a public health clinic in rural counties. So we're in coastal Georgia. Highway 17 is beautiful. It has a lot of opportunity for ecotourism, economic development, and there are a good number of brownfields on Highway 17 also. And after we did downtown master planning for the city of Brunswick, EPA actually reached out to us and said, this kind of planning is what we like to see to set communities up to have a successful brownfields application. Because a successful application reflects a community vision, it reflects community engagement, and it reflects community needs. And so they said, yes, go talk to Brunswick. And we are actually meeting with them this afternoon to begin the discussion of how can we get y'all set up to have a strong brownfields application. And what EPA really wants to see is how could that spur corridor redevelopment down Highway 17. And the example that they point to is Selma to Montgomery. There was a EPA effort, a lot of brownfields funding on that corridor for what is now known as the Civil Rights Trail. And that all was sparked by brownfields redevelopment. And so with that overview, I'd like to turn it over to Linda Grijalva. I said her name just perfectly, I think. And she's with the Regional Commission in Augusta, and she'll talk about how she's assisted with applications in her region.
I hope it's not on the timer.
Then just hit that right button there.
Okay, thank you. I'm Linda Grijalva with the Regional Commission, the CSR Regional Commission out of Augusta. I've been working with the EPA and the EPD since 2005 on rural brownfield development. And so they called and asked me to talk to you about it. I'm going to talk first about the thing that's really helped Georgia do brownfield redevelopment, and that's the Georgia Brownfield Law and the Voluntary Cleanup Program. Because of the Voluntary Cleanup Program, you're able to assess property, send an application, a cleanup application to the EPD, they'll review it, and what you get from that before you purchase that property is third-party limit liability from third-party lawsuits, from earlier releases. You get, you're not liable for groundwater cleanup, and you also, if you clean the property up, if you're a private developer, you get tax abatement. And once you've cleaned the site and you send your cleanup costs to the EPD and they certify them, you take them to the county tax assessor, and the lesser of the two, you either get it at the cost of the property or at the fair market value when you submitted your application, which one is lesser. And you can do that for 10 years or up until you recoup all your cleanup cost. So that's really helped the brownfield in Georgia. I stole some stuff from Shannon Ridley, EPD's PowerPoint presentation. And since the inception of the program up until 2017, they've done over 800 applications. They've given 453 liability, limitations of liability. And they've also cleaned up 184,000 tons of soil because of the program. So there are two ways that you can do brownfield redevelopment and fund it. besides paying for it yourself. And they both come through the EPA, and I've done both. We got our first assessment grant in 2006. It took me 2 years to talk my cities into doing them because all my communities, except for Richmond County, Columbia, are very rural. The first one we did was this beautiful gas station in Millen, Georgia. And everybody has one of these. And this sits right across from the historic courthouse. And it had a really bad stench because of the bats. So what happened is we talked to the property owner. And we said, we're going to apply for EPA money. And we want to be able to test your property and see what we can do to clean it up. And the city, after we met with them, they told the property owner, no matter what we find, they would take the property, they would buy it. And the owner said if we didn't find anything, they'd do something with it. If not, we took it in lieu of, they gave it to us in lieu of taxes. We took it, we had the EPA $200,000 assessment grant. There is no match required for any government with an assessment grant. We tested the property. Of course, we found some gas, some little petroleum issues. They donated, the grant paid for the corrective action plan. The grant paid the $3,000 to the EPD to review the action plan. And we took it into the voluntary cleanup program. We applied for EPA cleanup grant. We got $200,000. We took the thing down, dug up a bunch of tanks, found an extra one, took out lead and asbestos. We saved all the bats. And y'all know. And right now, it's a green space, but this is the building that we plan to put on it. We're looking for a funding cycle, and that's what we intend to be. It's going to be the welcome center to the scenic byway. I don't know where that went. Okay, so anyway, you can't see this picture. This is Louisville, Georgia. But I can see it. It looks really good. Oh, it'll be fine. I'm not worried about these things. This property sits right at the intersection of Highway 1 and Broad Street and goes into downtown. And we had it tested under an assessment grant we got in 2006. We did nothing with it. We just had the assessment done. Well, last year, the city had done a redevelopment plan for their downtown, and they came up with what they wanted to do with this site. Because it serves the entranceway into the downtown, but it also serves the entranceway into our Revolutionary War Cemetery, which is where we're starting a network of walking trails. We took everything down. We had the EPA. We filled out this. If you have one site, this is the greatest thing ever. It's called a targeted brownfield assessment. It's 2 pages. You fill it out, you send it to Bob Rosin at the EPA, and they will, if they have funds, and they usually have funds, they will come and do a phase 1, a phase 2, and a corrective action plan for free. So they came and tested it again because it had been like 9 to 10 years since we had tested it before to make sure nothing else had happened. The city was so comfortable with the results after talking to the EPA and the EPD, we did not take it into the voluntary cleanup program. The city got with the county took the buildings down after we got the asbestos removed. We left the brick building because that's historic and it's going to be our welcome center into the Revolutionary War Center. We're going to use some SPLOST money. We're doing a USDA RBEG grant for economic development and to take care of this project. And we hope that it'll be done by the end of the year. And that's where it's going to be, right there. That's our little conceptual drawing. This is Sandersville, Georgia. This is another targeted brownfield assessment grant. This is a downtown cafe. It used to be a gas station also. So the bank had repossessed the property, because those things happen. And the city got with the bank, and the bank gave us permission, and the EPA came and tested it for us. Of course, we found some petroleum issues because they're underground storage tanks. But the city applied for an EPA cleanup grant, and we cleaned it up. We got our letter of no further action. It went into the voluntary cleanup program, which we took care of that. Then, so it's good to go, and we're fixing to close out our EPA grant, which we got last year, but it's a year and a half early. Everything, the parking lot that you see right there is where the downtown cafe is. The city came up with a master plan about 5 years ago. Everything on this master plan is done except that parking lot. The parking lot went to bid last month. It will be finished by spring. It has just beautified the downtown. It's so fabulous. And this is about $1.5 million. We used $163,000 of EPA money to clean up the gas station. They had a $250,000 donation from a private citizen, so we named the park after their husband. And and they are a MEAG city, so they were able to lay their own. They moved all the electrical facilities, the wires, and put them underground. It is beautiful what it has done to that downtown. And they've used SPLOST money and a couple other grants and some DOT transportation enhancement money on the sidewalks. And this whole project should be completed by the spring of next year. If you get to Sandersville, go at Christmas time and go on the night that they have Christmas on the square, because Santa Claus comes and all the kids come out and it's just beautiful, and they have carolers. But I want to say this: do not be afraid of brownfields. I have been doing this since 2005. I have worked with the EPA and the EPD. I have never had a bad experience. And the one thing I could tell you as city and county officials and government officials, do not take ownership of property until you have done your due diligence. Always do your testing before you take that property, because once you take it under the law, you're liable. So always do that. And meet with the property owners, talk to them, tell them why you're doing it. I've done 6 citywide assessment grants. We fixed 4 or 5 properties. The EPA and the EPD have never come after anybody. Right now, I'm in a beautiful negotiation with the EPA and EPD because we have a site in Louisville that has some really bad environmental issues, and it's on the hazardous site index. They've been down separately and twice, but they've been down once together, and we're working on it to find out the best way to proceed. But talk to everybody. Don't be afraid to do it, because everybody has an abandoned gas station. And if you, I'll put that up there. If you want an application that's been written, I will give you a copy if it was funded. If you want to know what we did, how we met with the property owners, what we did, I'll be glad to talk to anybody, anywhere, any place, anytime. That's what I do. And the EPA assessment and cleanup and revolving loan fund grants are due December 3rd. If you're thinking about do it now. And that's, it can be done, and I hope that Brunswick really does apply for the grant, because it'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Linda. But we got some committee members with a question. Yeah. Chairman Smith.
Thank you, I'm over here. Thanks for your presentation, and I'm glad you said you're available to everybody.
Yes, I am.
So, in the end, I guess the main question is, what's the return on investment if your cities or counties take on this initiative? Is it worth all the trouble, and what does it do once it's been beautified?
The thing that's happening in Sandersville is a bit of a return to people coming downtown. And that's the thing. We haven't ran numbers to find the return on investment. Now, I do know there's some numbers out there for private development, but it's just something I haven't done.
Well, I thank you for your presentation. I think all of us have gas stations and dry cleaners too in all of our
Yeah.
rural parts of the state. So, thank you. It's very
And you
encouraging.
can do it one property at a time. You really can, because that's basically how you do everything. We've done everything in rural Georgia.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
But anybody else?
Linda, is there anything that we can do as far as the EPA always, I mean, the EPD been very helpful and I guess easy to work with. Is there anything, any process there that doesn't go well for you, or have they been?
They're a little understaffed at the EPD right now. And I know that because I talked to them. But they work really hard to be able to make sure that they issue your liability limitation, but they also make sure that they review all your documents in the time frame that you're doing a real estate deal, because it's really important in economic development that things move fast. You can't wait a year to find out if they're going to take it into the cleanup program. But you might want to give them some staff.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for telling us that. That's why we're here. And I guess too, do all the regional commissions kind of do the same thing across the state, or
I don't
is this
know.
specific to your area, or?
When I took this job in 2004, my boss looked at me, Andy Cross, my executive director, and said, "Your job is to find money." And I'm like, okay, that's good. But I started driving around, and all I saw was, and then they're always in the middle of town. They're always right on the outskirts of your downtown, and they blight your community so bad. And so I started asking my cities, what are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about this? And then I found the EPA money, and I just went hog wild. And we've been able to do a lot of things. But the one thing that happened is people are not so afraid now of the EPA and EPD. And what it gives your development authority, if you do an assessment grant, is information they don't have on property they need to market. Louisville just got them a poultry plant. They're killing chickens, but which is fine with me. It was a contaminated site that they had tested that they hadn't done anything with, but they weren't really worried about it. But what the city did was took out some environmental insurance just in case they found something during the process of building the expanding the treatment plant and building the poultry processing plant. So that was very helpful to us. But all the regional commissions, we look at ourselves at the regional commission in Augusta as an extension of rural staff. I'm your staff member. And if you call me and ask me, I will do anything. Even if I don't know how to do it, I will give it my best shot. And I think other rural commissions would do it if cities would approach them about it.
Okay.
Just Linda, it seemed the examples were mostly cities and counties doing the work. Do you have very many of just private individuals and landowner that may have one of these brownfield sites that takes advantage of it?
If you own it, you can't get cleanup money. If you contaminated it, you are ineligible for any cleanup money.
So if you bought it?
If you bought it before you did your due diligence, you are probably not going to be eligible.
Okay.
Always make sure you know what's there before you purchase it.
So it has to really almost be a situation of transfer before it can work.
But it happens a lot. Sibley Mill in Augusta right now is just in the middle of their phase 3 of their cleanup. But they bought, the development authority's doing it. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be data center. But it happens all the time. Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, everybody builds on contaminated property. They just don't tell people.
Uh-oh.
No, they just go and they treat it as part of the real estate deal. And you just know that it was there and you're going to have to test and you have to clean it up. And the EPA and the EPD, of all the testing that we have done, they have never come after anybody, ever, in my 14 years of doing this.
Thank you. A comment first. I'd just like to thank Shauna and Laura Meadows with the Carl Vincent Institute for the great job they do with the Natural Resources Committee every year, the sessions you carry us on, the training. I mean, it's just unbelievable the job y'all are doing, and thank you. The question I have, and it's Mayor Morrissey from St. Mary's. They have a large industrial site here. They're trying to work on what examples you've shown of small scale stuff. Are there help available for that? It's
Yes, you can
where an old
do,
paper
you
mill
can
was
do
at.
it on the large scale site, because we've done it on Sibley Mill in Augusta, Georgia, which is huge. We've done a site, we didn't, but the Augusta Canal Authority did. They got EPA assessment money, cleanup money. You can do it for just one site, you can do it for multiple sites, but yes, you can do it on one site.
I think it's what, 750 acres maybe?
Yeah.
So that's,
And I would reach out to the EPA and see if they have targeted brownfield assessment money, and they'll come down, if they do, and test it for you. It's a 2-page document that you fill out, and it works really well.
thank you.
Sibley Mill, is that the place on the right as you're going into Augusta?
The old Confederate Powder Works.
Wow, they're gonna redo that?
Yeah, it's supposed to be residential, a data center, some green, eco-friendly. It's gonna be just beautiful.
Yeah,
It's really a whole bunch of revitalization taking place there since the Kroc Center got built.
here.
Anybody else? No. All right. Well, thank y'all so much. Appreciate that information. All right, next, we're going to talk about the Marine Extension and the Georgia Sea Grant Panel. So Mark and Tom, if y'all can come on down, you're off.
Just that right button right there.
All right.
As soon as this comes.
Well, thank you and good morning. Real quickly this morning, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do related to economic development with Marine Extension and Georgia Sea Grant. Chairman Jaspers, I know you asked me to make sure I brought some growers or people involved with the industry, and I let you down on that. I originally had Charlie Phillips, one of our clam growers, and he got called away to a Fisheries Council meeting. And then we had Karen lined up from White Horse House Seafood that supplied the Low Country boil for y'all last night, I believe. And she called last night and got a big sale that came in this morning, and she had to put together an order for it, so she backed out on us as well. But
Well,
hopefully,
it's all on you now, Mark.
all right. Well, Tom's here with me too, so we can share the burden. Marine Extension Georgia Sea Grant does a lot related to economic development. In fact, Jeff Dorfman, the Governor Kemp's new state economist, estimates that we have about $112 million economic impact in Georgia, which is a pretty good return on investment from the state of about $1.5 million. We work with coastal communities. Much of that economic impact is related to seafood, but a lot of it is also related to what we do with coastal communities related to resilience and flooding. With sea level rise, with storm surge and recovering from storms, a lot of work we're doing is helping city and county governments better deal with those issues so that there's less damages when these type of events occur, and they can get back out and working quicker. So I'm not going to talk much about what we do with those programs, but we're also saving communities a lot of money in flood insurance, FEMA flood insurance, because they're better prepared for dealing with these issues. Another area where I've decided we're going to focus some more energies in Marine Extension Georgia Sea Grant is supporting sustainable coastal tourism. One of the views I've developed over the last 5 or 6 years is that Georgia was the original destination for really wealthy eco-tourists. Every northern industrialist wanted to come to Georgia. They all bought islands here, and the wealthy from all over the United States came here and used Georgia's coast as their fishing and hunting grounds. And I think that we've sort of been overlooked. I mean, I love our coast. Our coast is well protected, but it's not a huge tourist destination, even for people in Atlanta. And I think we could do a lot to change that. Some of what we're doing is working with community events. We're developing new programs focused on highlighting these resources to a lot of the new people moving here. We just got a grant to develop a birding certification to use with kayaking groups and more or less training people to better recognize birds and be able to attract. I mean, birding is a huge industry in the country, and we'd like to get more birders coming here because it's a resource we have. We're working with Georgia Department of Economic Development. Last year we hosted the first ever Georgia Coastal Tourism Conference, and we got such great feedback from that we're doing another one this year in April. And a lot of what we're focusing on with that conference is getting people, Savannah's a great tourist hub and destination, and the Golden Isles are doing really good at attracting tourists, but that whole area in between Brunswick and Savannah, doesn't get a lot of tourism, and they do have a lot of resources there. So a lot of what we're focused on in that conference is trying to create a market brand around Georgia's entire coast. And can we get people going down Highway 17, looking at food, looking at cultural issues? At our last conference, I learned that Georgia is one of the number one destination for African American tourists in the U.S., and that we've got some great tourist destinations that are focused on African American culture all up and down the coast. So can we get more of those tourists coming to Georgia's coast, and not just staying in Savannah or on Jekyll Island, but exploring the entire coast? Much of the impact we have in terms of economic development is around Georgia's seafood industry. We have programs that are focused on marketing and promoting Georgia seafood products, raising consumer awareness, and getting people to realize they can buy Georgia-grown seafood, and then providing seafood safety training. Every single seafood processor in Georgia is required to go through a HACCP certification program. We are the only people teaching that certification program, so basically every single seafood processor in Georgia is working with us to make sure their food is safe. And the Georgia Department of Ag, I know Gary's here, they're a great partner with us in that program. The total economic impact of Georgia's seafood industry is big. It's $1.4 billion in sales. But if you look at some of these charts and you see, I know that you can't see what all those colors represent, but that red area, that's imports. And a lot of what we do in Georgia related to seafood is importing seafood, adding value to it, and then selling it and distributing it throughout the country. Very little of it is actually seafood that we're producing here. So you look in 2017, we had about a dockside value of about $16 million, which is small compared to that $1.4 billion value of the entire industry. Our number one products are shrimp. Georgia's most known for the shrimp we produce, hard clams, and blue crabs. And it's amazing that not many people guess that Georgia's a leader in blue crabs. Most of the crabs we produce end up going to the Chesapeake Bay region, where they're sold as Chesapeake Bay crabs. A lot of our clams are exported to the New England area, where they go into New England clam chowder. So we are supplying seafood to the rest of the country. Shrimp, while shrimp is our number one commodity at over $7 million in landings, we have the King and Prince plant in Brunswick, and that's the largest shrimp processing plant in the U.S., and they don't use any Georgia shrimp. If they did use Georgia shrimp, they would use our annual harvest in about 3 or 4 days at their plant. That's how much shrimp they process. And what they prefer to use is an imported shrimp that comes out of aquaculture because it's more consistent. They're all the same size and shape, and they can get those in. So, you know, we've got opportunities in seafood, especially in creating new markets. But really that natural resource out there is being harvested and used to the extent we can right now. Recreational fishing, I think, is a huge opportunity for Georgia's coast. You know, I don't think we market that a lot. I think in terms of what we're doing with coastal tourism, we should have more people coming to Georgia to fish. You know, personally, I've gone down to Florida and I've fished. I've fished off the coast of Mississippi, and our coast is much more scenic. I'd rather be alone out in the marsh fishing than I would fishing right off of the beach with a bunch of hotels there. And I think that's an opportunity people would be willing to pay more for. We're also doing a lot to look at new products. This is jellyfish, and we've got the first jellyfish processing plants in Darien, Georgia. This really was benefiting some of our shrimpers, and when the shrimp weren't there in the off season, they could use the same boats, the same equipment to go out and harvest jellyfish, which was dehydrated, shipped to China, and rehydrated as a food product. Unfortunately, with tariffs and the trade wars with China right now, that jellyfish plant's really struggling to stay afloat, and we're trying to help them develop some domestic markets around jellyfish. So we hope that in a few years from now, maybe y'all will all have a little package of jellyfish jerky out in front of y'all, and we've got food scientists at UGA that are working on that right now. We also just recently hired, I think probably the first marine economist for the state of Georgia. He started in June with us. Initial jobs, he's working on looking at oyster aquaculture, economic impact and feasibility. He's also interested in working with these recreational and commercial fishermen. He's doing a project right now looking at some of the economic impacts of the Golden Ray incident, and we're expecting big things. And one of the reasons I hired a marine economist rather than a classic fisheries biologist is, you know, I think that there's a lot more opportunity in terms of the social and economic barriers that we're facing rather than the management of that resource. Aquaculture, I think, is the biggest opportunity for economic development in Georgia. And I think NOAA as well agrees there is a lot of money that the Trump administration is making available to support aquaculture projects. Oysters, to me, is the best and the easiest opportunity in Georgia. Clams is something we've been successful with. But if we look at feeding the world in the future or feeding the United States, we're not going to be able to do it by just harvesting more of our wild resources. We're going to have to get into aquaculture. 95% of the seafood that's consumed in the United States is produced by aquaculture, but not aquaculture in the US. It's coming from other countries. They're using technologies we've developed here, but because of regulations and worker prices, it's more competitive to do it in other parts of the world, and we'd love to help change that. What Shauna was just talking about with brownfields, I know St. Mary's just had a project where they're looking at an old wastewater treatment plant that the city owns, and they were looking at converting that into an oyster hatchery, but I just read recently that they're gonna, somebody's bought it and is gonna turn it into a aquaponic operation, which I think has a lot of potential. We're also working with Lincoln County, Georgia. They want to become Georgia's freshwater coast, and they're really into aquaponics, and we're trying to help them get an aquaponics operation started. Well, I didn't bring a grower with me, Rick, but I do have the next best thing. This is Charlie Phillips, a little video of his operation.
I started working on the back deck of a shrimp boat with my dad back in the early 70s. By the time I was in college, I was running the boat on the weekends, and I got paid, but it was not an option. I thought I was going to pack shrimp, and the captain had some fish boats coming in and pack that. Then the regulations started taking effect, so we didn't have that many fish coming in. And then shrimping started not doing well, so then we switched gears and decided to get into clam farming. Then UGA helped us get into that in 97 or somewhere in there. You never know when you think you're in a sustainable fishery that it's going to keep clicking. You just have to be flexible and change gears or else toast. UGA gave us the support and the seed we needed so we could keep trying stuff. Now we have Sapelo Sea Farms that does the shellfish, mostly clams, probably 80%, if I had to guess, of all the production for farm clams in Georgia. Phillips Seafood that does fish, and then I have the restaurant, Fish Dock next door. I love working on the water. I love working with our natural resources. I love being able to get people jobs. I've got about 20 people that work just here. It's a good way to be.
So Charlie is one of our biggest success stories, and really what we're trying to do with oyster aquaculture is duplicate what we've done with the clam industry in Georgia. We took it from almost nothing, where there was very little natural harvest of clams, to about a $2.5 million industry in Georgia now, or dockside values. And Virginia and several other states have done the same thing with oysters already. In 2004, Virginia's oyster industry was about a $200,000 industry, which is about what Georgia's is right now. And over a 12-year period, they grew that to almost I think now it's about a $50 million industry. Georgia used to lead the country in oyster production. We had canneries up and down the coast. Our biggest problem is that our oysters naturally grow in clusters. That's not what the market wants. You don't want to go in and get a dozen oysters and have them give you one clump of oysters. You want 12 individual shells, which we can grow here. We can grow really good ones, but it has to be grown in a different manner than the natural oysters are growing. There's a tremendous market out there. I mean, there have been very few things over my career I've worked with where I can say, we don't have to worry about the market. If we produce these things, they will be bought. They will be bought at good prices. Chefs are clamoring for this stuff. Everybody wants more local oysters, and other regions of the country are struggling to meet these demands. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom really quick, and he's going to give an overview of what we're doing with the oyster hatchery.
All right, thank you for having me down today, and I'll just go over quickly with what we're doing with the oyster hatchery. And one thing I want to point out that Charlie mentioned in his video was access to seed. And when we started clamming, Georgia didn't have a hatchery at the time, and so the push was to bring in seed from out of state because clam seeds were allowed. At the time, oyster seed could not be imported, so that has been an impediment to development of oyster aquaculture in this state for many years. And so starting back in 2014, we got grant funds, and then we have continued state support. We brought in an oyster hatchery really to be able to produce oyster seed within the state, so that we can push the research to work on gear, different ways that need to be done, but also get seed to the grower so that they can start practicing and learning how to handle the seed to get to this industry. And since then, we have seen regulations and legislation come to order to help address some of those issues to help move this forward. So what we do in the hatchery is we'll take those oysters, we'll spawn them out, and we will provide what we call baby oysters, or the seed. They're about the size of your pinky fingernail when they leave our hatchery. That is the size that they'll go out to the marsh at. At that time, last year, we got about 4 million seed produced in our hatchery that we got out to growers last year. I'd love to say all those would make it to market, but we're still in that learning curve and the time period of getting growers moving and transitioning to the new legislation that's through. But from the research that we've been looking at, we're looking at it within Georgia of being able to get about 50 to 70% survival of that crop once we get up and running, which is really good. And in addition, the hatchery has also given us the ability to do research on additional shellfish species. So while we're focused on oysters right now, we're also looking down the road 5-10 years. What are the additional shellfish species that can enhance our aquaculture development here in the state? The grow out, which is where a lot of the new changes have come. Traditionally, things have been done intertidally in baskets. In other states, in Georgia, we have done this very minorly in areas under special permission. It does work well. There's a lot of labor that's involved, so that makes the cost a little bit more and unattractive to individuals. And a lot of that has to do because of our tides and the sedimentation, so there's a lot of work that goes into it. Recently, we've been working more with looking at floating gear, which has been developed in Canada and has actually spread throughout the remainder of the U.S. And we've just have a grad student finishing up her work on looking at that gear in multiple states in the Southeast. And it's showing very promising results across the Southeast. And the floating gear, and that is really where the new legislation really targets, is that gear, the ability for our Department of Natural Resources to regulate and permit these sites so that we can start using gear which prior wasn't within their purview. The floating gear has a couple big advantages. It allows growers to access the oysters at all times because you're not tide dependent, it's in a subtidal area. Then you can also, is the top picture where you see them looking at it, you can flip that cage over so you can actually access it from a boat much easier at times and use it in your management tools to control how you farm that product. And overall, you can grow a much more consistent product and something that retailers and restaurants are looking for. So you can start getting more consistency, a better product, and figure out what your harvest is, which is much more difficult when you're relying on a wild harvest. So as we move forward, there are a lot of concerns that the growers have that we're looking at. One is still seed source. Right now, we are the only hatchery in the state of Georgia, and the rule with hatcheries, it's not if you will have a problem, but when you will have a problem. And so we're trying to figure out and work with the state to figure out how to diversify, to allow some importation of seed as long as it's safely done, and to also hopefully attract commercial development here within the state to service the industry down the road once we get going. We also want to develop summertime harvest so that you can have year-round sales, and use of triploid animals, which is just a sterile animal, so you can have a couple different products that you can have a good oyster to market throughout the summer months. When we look at other stakeholders, there are multiple uses on the marsh. We do realize that the marsh is a shared area, the estuaries are shared, loved by many, and I'll say everybody in the aquaculture industry I know loves the marsh just as much as everybody else. And I think we all want to address and make sure that we, make space for everybody and that we identify those concerns so that we can work with recreational fisheries and the public so that we can help bring everybody together and make this work for everyone. And then one other thing that we do as Marine Extension, which is a huge part of our job, is getting out to the public to let people know about oyster aquaculture, but also, just introduce people to the idea of what's going to be coming to Georgia. And one way that we do this every year is through our oyster roast for a reason that we have up at our campus on Skidaway, where you can come have a great oyster roast, have the wild oysters steamed. You can also sample some of our raw product that one of our growers provides in McIntosh County who's growing some. So it's a great way to interact with the public. And then we also try to get out to other events throughout the year to educate people about oysters and the potential that Georgia has in the aquaculture. And with that, I will turn it back to you all.
And if any of y'all would like to attend the oyster roast as my guest, just send me an email and I'll make sure we get you a ticket. Be happy to answer any questions.
Is it Chairman Smith? Is that who it is? Reporting
Yes,
that?
thank you. Thank y'all
ma'am.
for your presentation. As we travel around the state, we see the industries in different parts of the state. I think there is a love of the coast, though, that extends far beyond anything else. And I want to do a shout out to y'all and what you do, and to the Carl Vinson Institute of Government, because you're both resources to the General Assembly, and I really appreciate that. But my burning question is the new tourism industry that's been created in St. Simon's at the pier, where people buy ice cream and go look at the cargo vessel. And then secondly, I need you to confirm, is it going to be turned into a tiki bar or a Dollar General? Because that's also, those are also the rumors.
I don't know that I want to comment on that. I mean, the Golden Ray is a big incident, and we're looking at it. I'm actually working with many different researchers around Georgia to see if we can assess some of those impacts. And we've got a lot of concerns from charter boat captains, from some of the commercial fishermen about any economic impacts that it's having on their current operations. I mean, some of our charter boat fishermen are certain that they've had trips canceled, and there are procedures to apply for retribution of any environmental damages, but a lot of these folks don't know how to access that. So we're working with them to come up with, how do you estimate what your economic impacts were? I hadn't thought about trying to look at the positive economic impacts of the added tourists coming to the dock to look at the Golden Ray, but it is a unique thing.
Need to get to the microphone. That's just, we just got, so people could hear that, Mark. I'm sorry. Chairman Parsons, I believe you had a question.
You had mentioned one of your slides here, UGA helps coastal communities prepare for weather events such as hurricanes, mitigate potential damage caused by flooding, protect water quality from storm water runoff. And you had just kind of briefly, you just mentioned real fast sea level rise. Has there been any, is there a documented sea level rise on our coast? I've heard different things. I'm just curious if.
Yeah. I mean, it's our only real gauge site is the tide gauge at Fort Pulaski National Monument, and since 1930, I think, is when that gauge went into operation. And Shauna, help me here, is it 30 inches of sea level rise? I believe it's 30 inches over the last 100 years.
Wow, that's a lot.
So, I mean, we've got a static level of sea level rise. One of the biggest concerns that is, if you plot that out, it also looks like it's speeding up. And if you just look at our record sea levels, like the four highest levels of water we've seen in most of Georgia's coastal things have been in the last 4 years.
Okay, if I may, I just had been to a conference last year, I think it was, and there were some representatives from insurance companies there, and this is the first I'd heard of that, but they were saying they were actually starting to factor in, especially for coastal areas, sea level rise as far as the rates, especially as far as what municipalities and counties and states are doing to actually prepare for it, so.
Yeah, even like Moody's bond ratings are now looking at your distance from the coast, and city and county bond rating for government, local governments is being impacted by sea level rise.
Okay.
And
Well, I appreciate that. You know, and I just say this, so many times I will mention things like that, not just me, but people know a lot more about it than I do. But, I mean, there's just so much denial. No, it's not. No, there's no sea level rise. It's just ridiculous.
we don't focus on the causes of it, but we do help communities
Right.
deal with the impacts we are seeing, and it's undeniable. Anybody that lives in coastal Georgia knows it because they see it every day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chairman Corbett?
Yes, I'll tell you my questions for Tom. You mentioned the summertime harvest, and in the bill that Don Hogan, that we passed this year, it allows up to the discretion of the department to determine that. Can you speak how important it is for them to be able to have that flexibility to close it down if they need to?
Yeah, so I mean, oysters are, since they're consumed raw, you do have to take public health into consideration. It is a very important aspect. So when the waters are warmer, there are 2 natural bacterias in our water. They are common everywhere. There are 2 Vibrio strains that can make people very sick. So in order to harvest in the summer, you have to go through a process to certify that Vibrio level remains at the safe consumption level. So currently, if you don't harvest under that, have a summertime harvest program within the state of Georgia, we shut down from June through September, and that is out of concern for safety. It is possible, and many other states have summertime harvest. It's just, it changes how you harvest and handle that animal. So it is a much stricter process, and it is a separate certification. So yes, but what that does for a grower is allows them, instead of being only to sell 8 months of the year, if they go through that certification for summertime, they can then sell a safe product 12 months of the year. But it is a secondary certification that they'd have to adhere to.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we appreciate that the legislature did allow for that in these regs, and hope that the DNR allows for it as well. You know, Atlanta citizens are going to be eating oysters in the summer. There's no doubt about it. And they're going to be eating oysters from Louisiana and Florida and South Carolina and North Carolina. And should they have the choice of being able to eat a Georgia oyster, then those people don't know anything about food safety that we don't know. So it's just, can we provide the oversight to ensure that that's a safe product for those consumers?
Okay. Our chairman from a coastal county, Chairman Stevens.
Thank you. Last year, back on the Captain, back on the bill that Don Hogan passed last year, we had an outpouring of cruisers from around the country that showed up in Georgia for a standing room only meeting with the DNR, and the potential for, I guess my question, just to cut to the chase, are any of these hatcheries going to be on the ICW?
The hatcheries or the farms?
Both. I'm sorry, the Intercoastal Waterway.
So,
The superhighway for those of us that travel.
So hatcheries are all upland. Hatcheries just need access to water, but they're not physically taking up space in the water. So that will really depend on where property is. As far as the farms go, CRD is currently in the process of developing their rules, and they have already met with the Corps, and they have processes that they're putting forward to where if it is on the ICW, there are core requirements that have to be met to make sure that the ICW is not impacted, so that channel remains open. So they have worked, because that's a federally regulated channel. The state is working with them, so they are setting offsets and everything like that. So that will be established on where then the state can put those leases.
How far of a setback do you need for these folks that come out, for example, from New York, Virginia, and other cruisers that pass through the interstate, if you will, the ICW, how far do you need for these farms to be away from these anchorage areas?
That is, I will say, I haven't seen the full rules yet on what has come up with, but that is more of a question for the Army Corps of Engineers, because they have their standards of what they require to certify that that channel remains open and unobstructed. So the state will work and, will work with the Corps to make sure that everything is situated. And from what I understand, they're going to do their best to avoid any of those areas initially, just because we have so much water than improved areas that we can move into. That right now, I don't think they're too worried about that, but the Army Corps is definitely the main driver on making sure that remains open.
Just to follow up, one of the inadvertent things that we did in the bill last year was we basically said that all the waters in Georgia are under the purview of DNR and they can designate the places that you can throw out an anchor, which of course is exactly opposite from what we really intended, was to say this is where you cannot anchor. So I hope we're going to go back and fix that. Thank you.
Chairman Smith.
Thank you. This is an answer to Chairman Parsons' question. So the part of DNR that handles this type of situation is the Coastal Resource Division, and they have already filed their disaster and recovery and response plan, one of the first states to do that. And then secondly, the Coastal Resource Division is working with FEMA and got NOAA funding to address this issue. So the people in the coastal area are very aware of this, and actually they're harbingers or forerunners of what other states along the oceans are trying to do. So Georgia's kind of ahead of the game on that. So thank you.
All right, well, thank y'all.
Thank you very much, Mark.
All right, next we've got the Georgia Grown panel. Scott, Mr. Jack, Misty, Kathy, and Sean Bryant. Come on down. Jack, are you going to moderate for us a little bit?
Good morning. Wow, that's hot. All of us need to be in prayer for David Bridges' daughter-in-law. Dr. Bridges would certainly be here. For those of you who don't know, Scott could probably give us more details that there's being surgery tomorrow, Scott, and we assume that now she is battling cancer of the brain. Am I correct in that, Scott? So obviously he would be here otherwise. Commissioner Black, are you still up there somewhere? Uh-oh, he's going to hear me. I have told people that I was the best state employee the first 2 weeks I was on the job because I didn't know enough to obey all the rules, and I just wanted to do the right thing. That ultimately the right thing was all that was on my mind. And Misty, I think, was probably in the room when I made a famous statement. We have a job to do. We've got a lot of work to do. And if we have to, we'll roll some dead bodies out of the way because we've got a job to do and we're not going to not complete that task. I think we need to get that attitude to some degree about the crisis personally I think we face in the state of Georgia. I drew a circle around Colquitt County and I had to go out 7 counties. I could list, but I'm not going to bore you with those 7 counties. The total population of those 7 counties does not equal the number of students in Gwinnett County who are sitting down and eating lunch today. It's a huge number. Our school cafeterias are the biggest restaurant in the state. Dr. Bridges challenged us. We had a meeting in Perry, Georgia, and what we were looking at is can the school canneries that are operating primarily in counties today under the vocational education program through FFA, can those school canneries be utilized in some way that they can be a preservation of Georgia farm products and be placed then into school systems? Can they go into school cafeterias? Can they go into college cafeterias? Can they go into something to fill this void that we face of the fact that there's too much out-of-state food coming into these school cafeterias today? And I think the answer is maybe. We wanted our Director of Food Safety, who I'm extremely fond of, Natalie A. Dan, to be here today. She was unable to because of a previously scheduled conference. But I think the answer she has given me in a memorandum, which is written, is let us work every detail we can. Now none of us, we have hard lines with the Department of Agriculture, and none of us want to make any of those students sick because of lacking on our food safety perspective. But are there methods and methodologies that don't bend or in any way violate those rules that we can do things better? And I think the answer is we're open to whatever we can do, and that's Natalie's statement. GDA is willing to do what it, not compromise, but navigate. And I think there are some things that could be navigated. I want to turn over to this panel that's here with us and get some of their perspectives, because I think these people have different vantage points of what they see. And I think we've got some people who are willing to compromise and work with and through us to help make some of this. Because if we look at the health and well-being of rural Georgia, quoting Dr. Bridges, you can't take it away from agriculture. Agriculture and rural Georgia are intermarried. And shame on us if we don't feed our own population with the own things we grow. Misty.
Thank y'all so much for having us today. Last week was the State Directors Conference for school nutrition directors across the state. And in a previous life, before I was a Georgia employee, I was a school nutrition director in Madison County. And so I've always, I have a very soft spot in my heart for small school system directors, because it's not just school nutrition director, but a lot of times it's a whole lot of different hats that you have to put on. And we were there, we have new marketing materials to, if any of you go visit your schools, you should see Georgia Grown somewhere in those cafeterias, because they have got just about anything they need that says Georgia Grown on it to start showing those children this is where this product came from. And we had a chance to ask questions of the school nutrition directors. And just to share with y'all real quick, I had 110 traditional school systems there that got the new marketing materials, and then we had 8 non-traditional schools, and Kathy can maybe elaborate a little bit more on the difference between traditional and non-traditional schools. And I found it very interesting as I was going through, I've got them all right here in front of me, as I was going through, I really took advantage of the chance to ask them some questions. And one of the biggest things that shocked me is, do you consider Georgia Grown when purchasing? Out of 110 traditional schools, I had 4 that said no. And my challenge now is to find out, why do those 4 say no? And why do 106 circle yes with no hesitation whatsoever? The biggest barriers for them seems to be procurement. And Kathy is a procurement guru, and I keep putting things off on Kathy that she's going to be able to elaborate more on. But procurement, where do we get the products? Where do we get the food safe products that we need in our schools? Product availability, year-round availability. As y'all know now, with summer feeding programs, summer feeding doesn't end on that last day of school. It is a 12-month program. So we are the biggest restaurant, not 9 months out of the year, but 12 months out of the year. And the logistics and the delivery. Sometimes, how do we get it? I use Towns County as my example all the time, because bless their hearts, there are companies that do not want to drive over that mountain to deliver to them.
And a lot of times, a lot of these rural areas, they have a hard time getting a company to actually deliver to them. Or there's a subcontract, and a lot of times those subcontracts come out of a different state. We asked what Georgia-grown items would you purchase if they were available. I had some that said absolutely anything. I had very specifics, lots of fruits, lots of vegetables. They're clamoring for it. And if we can put the label on it that it's Georgia-grown and show them this is where it came from, they will serve it. But I'm still going to ask those four why they said no. Some of their biggest support that they said that they needed was buy-in from their school leadership. If any of you are educators or past educators, a lot of times it's that they're fed, they're at school, they're fed, this is what we have to teach them. But we're getting more and more support from a state and a local level that, you know, the education doesn't stop the minute they walk in that cafeteria door. We want them to have a local meal. We want them to have a safe meal. We want them to have an enjoyable environment. And then we also I asked them about their upcoming activities. And we have a lot of different things going on across the state. There's something just about every single month. I have schools that they're like, oh, we serve something from Georgia every single day. Well, are you putting the label on it? Are you showing these kids that it is a Georgia product? And some are saying, well, no. So that's where reach out to your local school system and let's ask these questions. Are you putting the label? Do the kids know that this was grown just down the road or that this was processed, you know, up the road in a different county? And let them start learning that there are these jobs and these opportunities out there. But when it comes to the food safety side of it and the cannery idea, I think it's something that when we get all of our ducks in a row and we can see all of the different items that can happen or the things that need to go into play, this is a very doable project. When we met, we kind of decided, I look at things from a chef's point of view and from a food production point of view. And I think we've kind of landed on we're going to concentrate on a single product that will use as many different Georgia produce items at one time that can be used in multiple applications in a school. So I think if we can start with one product, prove that it works, show that it works, then we can branch out to other products. So I'm going to let Kathy talk more about procurement and XYZ.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'd like to begin by saying to all of you representatives, thank you so much for your support of school nutrition in Georgia. We appreciate the funding you currently provide, and I must say that Georgia is paramount in being blessed that you do support us. So I'd like to begin by that. I'd like to say that in school nutrition, and I can give you some figures from the 18-19 school year as we finalized all those, 196 million lunches were served. 196 million. When we look at that for daily, we are talking about 1.1 million lunches served daily to our boys and girls in the state of Georgia. We have the opportunity to make such a difference in their education on what is Georgia grown. And I have to say that the partnership that we have now with the Department of Ag is one that we should be proud of. We're very appreciative. That support is truly in somewhat of a perfect storm in 2019 as we see that growth and that partnership truly meshing more so. As we come down to the procurement issue of it, what we see is currently USDA regulations do not allow school nutrition directors to formulate a bid that says Georgia grown only. That's an issue that we face. What they must do is bid a product, so to say, and then also then in turn bid the exact same product with the verbiage of Georgia grown. With that being said, there's a little bit of an allowance for a geographic preference, but that allowance is so small that USDA is truly somewhat not giving us the opportunity to firmly say, this is Georgia grown and this is what we're buying. Because it's coming in from other states at somewhat of a procurement price. USDA requires the lowest bid. What we're trying to do with that issue is somewhat circumvent legally and make sure that we're working through and communicating with our local farmers, our local producers, our local produce operations, so that they understand when they are sourcing and pricing, that they in turn are once again facing, I'll just say, the strawberries from California. You know, our students deserve the strawberries from Georgia that might have been grown literally 6 miles from that schoolhouse instead of something that's been shipped in from California. So with that being said, as we continue with that procurement, we would appreciate your support as you talk to Washington to say, we need to work on this procurement. We need to do something so that we're truly able to allow some sanctions and allow some waivers. We recently had a conversation with USDA and asked just that. And we're told no, there was nothing right now. So I like to leverage your support for that, because that would make a difference for us to truly be able to have those products in a Georgia-grown bid. I will say procurement-wise that we are investigating some other options. There's something titled an intergovernmental agency contract. This is something that some other states have been somewhat investigating, so that we can have a government agency within the state of Georgia that might do some of that purchasing for Georgia grain products. Then to a processor, we could in turn purchase those straight from that governmental agency, and we do not have to bid. There is no bidding required with that. So as I let you ponder that, I'll just say that that is something that, along with Dr. Bridges, and we're looking at this cannery option, that's some of the option that we're looking at as an intergovernmental agency purchase. I feel that that would be a way to get those products quicker on that plate. I'll pass to you and we'll come back to questions.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. I'm Sean Bryant with Georgia Department of Public Health, if you don't know. I'm not really familiar. This is my first time here, so thank you again for having me. So I'm really surprised that not many Georgia-grown products are not used in the school system, because in many of our restaurants they are. So I actually was in a rural area, I think it was Harris County, where I actually was on an inspection training staff and actually witnessed the operator receiving locally grown produce during an inspection. So I was just really surprised that it's not utilized more. So I'm here to support whatever you all want to do. I'm here to answer any questions that you all may have in terms of the public health perspective and what impediments that there may be, which we don't have many. The only impediment that we're concerned with is approved source. But if it comes in, if it comes in whole, raw, and unprocessed, there's no concern with the product. The only time where public health is concerned is when it's been processed. So if it comes in diced, pre-washed, or shredded, that's when we have a concern. It has to come from a licensed facility. But other than that, if it comes in, grown from the ground, put in a box, shipped off to the establishment, there's no concern. So we hope to see more of these products in Georgia grown, and if they want to process them in the local canneries, we can talk more about that. It all just depends on how it's distributed throughout the state. But it's doable, okay?
I think before we open for questions, one of the things that is always constantly on my mind, and whether it be Sam Watson, Chairman Watson, or whether it be Bill Brim or Southern Valley or any of these other people, we are growing in Georgia primarily for the fresh market. That is the farmer's attitude, And there's a couple of seasons, growing seasons in South Georgia, but we need to supply 365. We need, as Misty said, we need a 365-day supply. So therefore, we're looking at the canneries. And at the last conference we had, we talked briefly about IQF. Is the economic model of the Georgia producer, is it viable to say that this processed product is equally as attractive to the farmer as it is to the need? And that's a question I can't answer. I don't know. I don't think we should look at it as a secondary product. I think there's been an underlying plot for years that really bothers me, and that is eat your fresh fruits and vegetables. And folks, we live in a seasonal time. We're not going to have fresh fruits and vegetables anywhere in Georgia unless it's collards in January. We're going to eat preserved product, whether that be canned or whether that be fresh frozen. And the question is, why don't we take advantage of that and look at, and we mentioned that there's not a specific job for hire IQF facility in this state. There needs to be a look at that, but is that profitable for the Georgia's farmer and agriculture? I don't know that answer. I think there needs to be really a real pursuit of that. I think we need to find out. But I guess at this point in time, we're going to open for questions from any of this panel. And I've taken on my Dr. David Bridges hat to be as politically incorrect as he is sometimes. I don't think I could be. I'm as tall as him. That's the only similarity.
Well, I'll get it started while maybe some other folks go to thinking. So I know in certain school systems already, they're buying and sourcing directly from farmers in areas. So we have some doing it and some not doing it. Is that just personal preference? Is that a operational thing? Is that a state thing, DOE? Why do we have some that are already kind of doing that? And why are they doing that? And then why can't we get more to kind of fall in line?
It's kind of a twofold. When I was a director, there have been two things in my life that have scared the daylights out of me. The first time I bought a house and the first time I had to do federal bids. It scared the daylights out of me. It's the procurement side of it. And from very personal experience, we had a strawberry farmer in Madison County, and bless his heart, they couldn't get him out of the field fast enough. It was a really, really rainy spring. And I had my produce vendor, who I had procured those services and that contract, I had him go, I said, because I don't know what to look for when I go out there. So could you please go check, make sure that you would purchase from him. And so that's the way I procured, because I had procured those services, and my produce vendor went and met that farmer and said, yes, they have. They've checked all the boxes. This is in a safe environment, XYZ. So I purchased local strawberries through my produce vendor because that's the way I felt comfortable doing it. So there are directors that will do that. And then there are directors that have farmers, they'll go straight out to the farm and they'll do a it's not grow contract, I can't think of the exact term, but they'll have someone grow. I need collards in January, and if you provide me 2 acres of collards, I'll buy those directly from you. So it all just depends on the director, on their comfort level, on honestly their bottom line knowledge of the procurement rules and the process. We have school systems out there that will use no raw product. They won't use raw meat. They will not get in whole products. They only want sliced. So a lot of it is just strictly the personal preference of the director.
Okay. Chairman McCall.
I don't know if this is even possible, but you talk about USDA wanting the lowest bid. Sam and Bill Brim and Southern Valley send so much product up the conveyor over in a truck, just dumped somewhere because it's got a spot on it, and some soccer mom in Atlanta ain't gonna buy it, or the grocery store will turn it down with absolutely nothing wrong with the product. Is there a way to utilize that's getting dumped in the field to get to the lowest product, to keep the farmer from having to throw it away and use it in the school system? The waste that goes on because we think we have to have a perfect product when there's absolutely nothing wrong with it except a sunspot or a bruise or something like that. Is there any way to use that and get to USDA's price level?
I'm going to say to you, yes. Yes. Because there is nothing wrong with that product. You're exactly right. What we are forced with that procurement is we need to make sure we can connect that producer. And I'm going to use the company Royal Produce, and I'm going to use that company's name because that's the company that that USDA has a contract with in the state of Georgia. So it's nothing that DOE has done. This is a USDA contract, and they in turn manage and process fresh products for a USDA program titled Department of Defense Produce. So when I say them, I'm certainly not necessarily promoting them. I'm doing that because that's who the contract's with. But if we can, and the Department of Ag is fabulous with working this, connect them with a producer such as that. School nutrition directors are happy to buy that product, the Sunspot, because you know what? Once it's chopped, there's no difference. That Sunspot is gone. And yes, they're content for that. And again, we have the issue, as you said, Representative Watson, it is an issue of director-to-director personality. You're going to have one director that will in turn, yes, I will take anything because my staff is here. I have a staff that I'd like to pay for the duration of the day. Look at what I'm providing to these students. And yes, my staff will take that fresh product in. But then you have others that don't necessarily think that way. I came from the school of, yes, we'll figure out a way to do that. And I think that's why the partnership with the Department of Ag has been so wonderful for so many. At the Department of Education, we committed to educating our directors in the process of, you don't have to take a squash like you do at home and cut it with a knife. We have equipment that quickly can do this. So for that food safety, we commit to all of the producers and all of you that we're going to work with those directors to help educate them on not telling you no, if that helps any, because we see that it's such a difference and we can make a difference with it.
Chairman Workman.
Okay, I want to go back to Sam's point. If we've got so few buying direct from the farmers and y'all just had your state meeting, could you all not dedicate a part of your programming or send them a letter, have Sam come speak at your state conference? Because a lot of these newer directors, they may be scared to, you know, just like you said, you're not used to doing that. But anyway, we need to do everything we can to facilitate that process, and I hope you'll help us with that.
Well, we commit to that, surely for the education of our directors, because when Misty said that she had 4 that said no, I cringed. My first thought was, who? But then I thought, now I need to step back and not let Misty manage that, because she knows who the who is. But we do want to educate all of them. I was a local director in Bleckley County, and if you know a lot about Bleckley County, we don't grow a lot that's edible besides some good old peanuts, and they're great. But otherwise, it was one of those situations where I knew I needed to make this work because it was the right thing to do for the kids of Bleckley County. And with that said, that we partnered with the Department of Ag, and through that, we did make a difference so that those kids knew the wheat that was being grown literally 1 mile down the road was ground into flour and made into their rolls. Now, what a difference that made, but that's truly where it is our responsibility to educate them, and we'd love to partner with you to help us with stories such as that, because I don't like that possibly you were told no, because we have a way to take that product in. And that product with the spot, I think that's what we met with, to even look at the canneries or the processing, so that we can in turn make a difference.
I accomplished my purpose. I enticed him.
What members of, what they have not told you that they should have, which is because they have humbly presented this. When we started our involvement in this, Kathy Peavy was one of the first schools that we dealt with. Misty Friedman, they were there in tandem the first year. For 1 week, breakfast and lunch, because they worked with their community, both of them had a 100% Georgia-grown meal for their students for 5 consecutive days, breakfast and lunch. Now, Kathy continued to do that, and then has moved from a leadership position up to DOE to help change the mindset of how this can be done. And her leadership is invaluable, and that's what we've got to have. I walked out into the parking lot after that Madison County event where Misty was leading it, called him from the parking lot, said, don't care what it takes, she's going to lead this program for us. And then 6 months later, the people in Madison County began to speak to me again. And that's the truth. That's what happened. That's what's got us where we are today. But Kathy's leadership is absolutely, and this partnership is so vital. Here's the linchpin when it comes to USDA. You know, they rolled out a rural prosperity program just about the same time the speaker did. They did a lot, Chairman Parsons, as we talked last night, a little bit on broadband, but we hadn't heard much. And we've continued to pound and chip away at that to understand that the key to rural prosperity would be to use the tools within your own toolbox, and that's school lunch. We could change the economy. You could change the rural economy if you'd get out of the regulatory mindset. I have heard it more than I care to relate to you. How many times, this is a regulatory program. This is a regulatory program. No, it's not. It's a feeding program. It's a marketing program, and it's a rural prosperity program. And the quicker we all work together to try to chip away with that, my commitment to you is we'll continue to do that. But y'all have taken the leadership. Y'all are willing to listen. We got state agencies that'll work together. We just got to go in tandem now to make this a primary issue. I really believe that.
Of those DOD, the USDA contracts, what portion of the food does that consist of? And I know all the school systems aren't getting money through USDA, or are they? Is there
All school systems earn something we call an entitlement dollar. They can make that decision how they would like to use that entitlement dollar. They can use that for something we call, and it's an old term, brown box, which you would understand means, you know, you'd have the cans of green beans coming in the brown box in the cans. Or they can in turn move some of that entitlement to fresh produce through the USDA DOD. Right now at the Department of Education, we have $24 million dedicated to that fresh product. And last night, I sent an email to USDA asking to move $1 million more, so that we are at $25 million. I hope in January, when we're allowed to make an adjustment, I'll go to another $1 million, if not $1.5 million. Reason being, because our current contract with Royal has dedicated to Georgia Grown. They identify on what's their catalog, so to say, Georgia Grown. The director can go in and utilize those USDA dollars to purchase that Georgia Grown. That's where we also can make a difference, and they have, and Royal has dedicated to trying to put as much Georgia Grown on there as they possibly can. They have the facility and the processing facility. They are approved to take that squash and cut and slice. And under that regulation, they will bag it, and those entitlement dollars can be used for that. So we continue to work with them to connect them with producers. And if we can do that more so, then we can in turn maybe help make a difference for the producer. I'm sorry that it happens to be Royal Produce in Atlanta, but they do travel down and deliver, or they have subcontractors. And as a director, I know you know Virginia Hart and the strawberries. I connected her up with a produce company that was traveling down delivering, picked up her strawberries and took them back so that I could purchase them from that produce company instead of having to go through procurement and purchasing straight from Virginia. And with that being said, that's where the connection with the Department of Ag letting us know, because we don't know who all the producers are. But with Misty and Mr. Jack and Commissioner, we have been able to connect directors with those producers so that we can somewhat get around some of that procurement. And I hate to say circumvent procurement here and it's videoed, but you know exactly legally circumvent some processes of it, very legally. But there's ways. And again, that intergovernmental agency contract that we're looking at, that would make a difference, I think, for them to be able to go through the process. I would like to just share with you that in 2010, USDA committed something we call 6 cent. They provided 6 cent additional funding to each plate because they changed the meal pattern, and that meal pattern was complicated and more costly. There are some states that have committed even a penny to their school nutrition programs to serve that state's product. You know, even a penny a plate, when I said to you, you know, 196 million, that's a lot. So I realize that's even a lot, and I'm certainly not here asking for funding. But I wanted to give that mindset and let you think that through, because with that being a process, but it has to be earned. And anything has to be earned through documentation, not just you randomly receive. Any types of grants that we could possibly tap into, I think we can make a difference in allowing some of those directors that are not necessarily as supportive to see the difference in how the other part of Georgia is making a difference with their students.
Representative Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to share, and I did share with the commissioner last night, Grady County has promoted, their schools are wonderful. We actually have a little farm on Wiggum. We recently took it a step further from the schools, and we had Grady Grown, a community dinner where everything was grown locally. So I think we're going to have to go back and do some homework with our local communities to make sure they use that emphasis. And again, it is an ag community, but they've taken it home. And I want to add one extra thing. They have a wonderful culinary arts in their high school, and those are the kids that purchased, procured, and prepared, and they're learning to use Georgia Grown. Thank you for what you've done.
While Kathy was talking, I was trying to. You were asking earlier about some purchased directly from, and we didn't even talk about micro purchase, the micro purchase threshold. It was originally $3,000, and it is now
$10,000.
Thank you. That's my sidekick. And with that, and I'll use my husband as an example. He's a school nutrition director for Commerce City Schools. And he has 1,700 kids in the entire school system, which blows people's minds because there are high schools that are bigger than 1,700 kids. And he's also a chef. So we look at everything from a how does this look on the plate point of view and from a business point of view. And what he has found is that for 1,700 kids, $10,000, that's almost half of his entire produce budget for the year. So he actually is able to do a lot of micro purchase and does Georgia Grown meals every single month and a lot of every single day. But then you go to, as Jack was saying, using Gwinnett County as an example, where it took him a circle to just equal the population, to equal the students in Gwinnett County. $10,000 might buy enough produce for one of their groups for a day, one of their school pods for a day. So that's sort of the I hate to say broadband, but that's the absolute broad spectrum, from little tiny 1,700 for entire system, 119,000 for another system. So I think with, and it's the exact same job. The directors have the exact same job, no matter the size of their school system. So I think something like micro purchase, and directors are getting more and more comfortable with that, because it is one of those federal, when they come in to check your records, they're getting more and more comfortable with that direct purchase dollar.
I guess it's for Misty and Kathy both. You know, you talked about the 106 people you asked at this meeting that they, yes, I buy Georgia Grown. Do we have a list of what they're buying? I'm just curious. I mean, is there like a survey that you've done that shows that they're buying microgreens, they're buying X?
Yes.
I started at the Department of Education in October the 1st of 2015, and one of my first goals was a list. Because I, as a director, would spend nights searching for produce that was not available in Bleckley County, but I needed to get as close as possible. And so, yes, we have a list, so to say, and that list is of products, producers that have been already purchased by other directors. And with that being said, that is to help make that so every night they're not searching for something if they need a certain product. But we continue to learn of more. As you well know, you have someone forgets to send us that information, so we constantly are reaching out. We do have a new farm to school specialist that started at the Department of Education. We're excited with her buy-in to the program. We're excited with her excitement about the program, and we're seeing big changes with that. But yes, we do have that list that we provide to the school nutrition directors. Misty works with me on it if she finds out of something. But we hope that we can continue that, because that right there gives them that resource that they don't have to search in the evenings.
Well, I guess to follow up, I think it'd be educational, I think, to growers to see, you know, if Gwinnett County is buying anything. You know, if you're in that Gwinnett County area and you're a small producer, it would be interesting, I think, just educationally, Commissioner, to see Bleckley is buying X, Pickens is buying X. So they can fit in their market. I mean, they can look at it and say, hey, I need to contact this nutrition director, and maybe I can market my produce or fruit, whatever, to them. I don't know if it's a lot of trouble or not, but I just think it's one of those that it's kind of reverse of what you're saying.
Well, this is
What's
actually on the
being bought?
webpage, the Georgia Department of Education School Nutrition webpage. But I will certainly share that address. But
Well, I think we're not together. I'm thinking,
Okay.
I'd like to know what the different systems are purchasing.
well, and we
And-
do have the system listed that purchased it. If
Or-
that,
and what they're buying.
Yes.
So as a producer can look at it and go, hey, there's a market for me, I can connect.
and we did try to reference that, tried to reference it the best we could, but there's something we can always improve on. And I'd certainly love for you to look at it and see how we can improve if it answers that. But again, for the producers to see, you know what, I see Grady County is doing this. And Grady County has done a wonderful job. Mallory is the director there in Grady County, and she has that commitment. She understands. And so thank you for that compliment for her. But I would love to share that with you and let you help us work through that, because we want to make sure it's right for everybody.
The USDA is currently doing, it's the Farm to School Census, and it runs through November 17th. I just got the update from the USDA Southeastern office yesterday, and we are actually behind Kentucky and Tennessee on our reporting. And that was one of our big pushes last week, is to go in and fill this out. And that's the school nutrition directors, they get it, they fill it out. And with them, with that report, it's very specific questions. What are you buying? How much are you buying? When are you purchasing? How are you purchasing? It's very specific questions. Our goal is to get to 100% with that. Like I said, they have until November 17th to get that completed. And it's about a 3-hour process to sit and fill out that entire list. When it comes to who is purchasing or what is available, we have an event. This year will be our 6th year. It's the Farm to Table Source Show. And we are actually rolling it into our Georgia Grown Symposium. And as a past director, I went to Jack and the commissioner and I said, directors need a one-on-one quiet time. This is the most casual show you will ever go to talk to the producers and growers and vendors who represent these Georgia Grown products. And it has grown year after year. And this year, with Department of Ed support, I was in the meeting with the new director last week, and she was like, can we have a panel at the Source Show? So the buy-in from DOE to support this has grown more and more. And so lists from that has become available. The most we've had are 80 school systems there. And this year we're moving it from the Atlanta State Farmers Market to the Macon Centroplex, and it's in February. But it's a very good kind of, I need the person that's making the purchasing decision to have that conversation with the person that's growing and producing the product.
All right, well, you got one, Chairman? Okay, go ahead.
I guess this might be to Jack or Misty. When we were in Jasper, we talked about IQF stuff. And I remember, I ain't got much to remember with, but is there something that we need to do to promote, we as a legislature need to do to either allow or promote or something with IQF or flash freezing? We talked about it, but I don't remember what.
The scary thing is the amount of dollars that school systems are investing in IQF frozen products, and the fact that most of those IQF frozen products aren't coming from Georgia. Now, the question is, should the state of Georgia invest in an IQF facility? No, I don't think that's what we're going after. But is it possible, and this is one of Jack's little brainstorms, do we have excess property at state farmers markets? Could there be a public-private partnership? Should there be some people come into a co-op environment such as Premium Peanut? And should we not invest in one of those facilities and the state, possibly public-private partnership, furnish that land and do a bond to maybe build the building, lease it to this enterprise? I think that needs to be fleshed out really, really bad and really fast, Tom.
And that's something we can do, right?
Yes.
That's what I was getting at, and I couldn't remember.
Yes.
What?
Valdosta has excess property. Cordial has excess property. There's excess property to be gleaned in Cairo. I mean, we're open to try to do that.
Chairman Green.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate what is being said here today. Some time ago, Commissioner Black and I ran into an issue with a lady who wanted to sell out of her garden a big plot that she grew, and she couldn't do it because the county said, no, you cannot sell your goods from the garden there. You have to go to a market area. So they had an ordinance on there. Well, we kept bugging them enough that they relented. But that is a stumbling block to a lot of these places that could, small counties where they could grow for the schools and sell directly out there much cheaper than going out and purchasing them otherwise. So that's something maybe the legislature, we need to look at with the department that I hate to get involved sometimes in these local ordinances, but sometimes they are stumbling blocks. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Thank y'all for what you're doing. I know this is going to take some time. We've got a lot of moving parts and a lot of different players involved, so let's keep the conversation going. So thank y'all. All right, well, we've talked about produce in our school systems. I don't know if we're fixing to talk about trees in our school systems, but maybe we're going to build some schools with some trees. Andreas, come on down. Let's hear about our timber industry here in Georgia and what they've got going on.
Or we call you Big Papa now. Yeah. What's up? Mom and the baby are good.
Okay, let's hope so. Gotcha. Thank you.
Go to the restroom.
Thanks, sir. Good.
Is this a 5-minute break? Andreas, I think everybody's taking a 5-minute break on their own, so just me and you, buddy. No, I don't.
I'm happy to wait if we need to wait another 10 minutes.
Yeah, why don't we give everybody just a minute or two,
I think that's a
maybe
good idea.
get a cup of coffee and run to the restroom.
Some of us rolled.
Get everybody to start moving to their seats. I don't know if y'all can hear me outside, but huh? Well, Representative Nimmer, do you want to tell us any stories or any jokes or how you been?
He won't answer his phone.
Yeah, we got you in person, so I think everybody's got a lot of things they want to talk to you about while we got you in front of us. Yeah. Hey, goodness. Well, I thought somebody went outside to get everybody. I'm missing my...
They must be in the break room.
They are. Uh-oh. Let's hold up just a minute. Let me round up our people here. Be it. Yeah.
Do I? They must, no, they must have been in the...
Can I be sergeant at home? Yes. Put it on the letterhead. Yeah, sergeant. When I retire, I don't want to be on the board. I want to be the sergeant.
Yes, we're on the same wavelength there. Yeah, he's got 25 minutes. He won't answer. So 20 miles an hour. Yeah,
All right, third time's a charm. We're going to get going. My co-chairman will be right on. If everybody could get seated, and we'll go ahead and get rolling. Andres, good to have you. Always good to see you. Wish you could have found some better entertainment, but we'll work with what we got. So,
thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm Andres Villegas. I head up the Georgia Forestry Association. It's an honor to be able to address the House Rural Development Council. Chairman Jaspers, Chairman Watson, Vice Chairman Corbett, thank you so much for the invitation. And I'd just like to say that you don't need to hear this, but it is fairly important to the Georgia Forestry Association and the footprint that we represent across the state that really touches every single county in any way, whether that's urban or rural, that we believe that this House Rural Development Council is probably one of the most important things that the House of Representatives has done. We really applaud the leadership of the Speaker in this regard and all of you who serve on this committee. It's an excellent opportunity for us to have some airtime to really showcase where we see solutions and the ways to grow our rural footprint, rural jobs, rural sustainability, our communities. And this is, it's a lot easier to do it in this venue than it is, trying to squeeze it into a tight hearing at the Capitol during session. So thank you so much for your time and for this opportunity. I wanted to start off with why forestry matters to Georgia, and we always kind of tout this, but I always want to remind folks that 5 years ago, 10 years ago, a lot of this was true, but you never heard it. And now, with 4 or 5 years of the Georgia Forestry Association reminding folks that we are the #1 forestry state in the nation, I hear legislators, I hear U.S. senators, I hear cabinet members, I hear this message throughout the country from voices and from folks all over the place. So it's very important that we continue to push that because it's one of the most important ways, not only that we remind ourselves what's important economically to the state, but it's also a really important way to connect with folks both in urban and rural environments. Everybody likes being #1, no matter where you're from. And as we become more urbanized, this is a way that we connect rural and urban. When everyone, no matter where you're from, what your zip code is, can say, we're the #1 forestry state in the nation. So for us, that boils down to we have more private timberland than any other state. We're #1 in harvest volume, and please remember that because we're going to talk about that today. Almost 2 million log trucks a year move in the state, way more than any other state in the nation, by almost twice. We're the #1 exporter of pulp and paper products, and that's very important because we're going to talk about that a little bit in the next slide. And we're also #1 in wood fuel, and that's pellets, chips, and other things that end up going into boilers around the world to power cities, homes, and heat homes as well, and cities, and replace oftentimes fossil fuels as countries around the world try to find ways to reduce their carbon footprint. Almost a $36 billion impact and 147,000 jobs. The largest part of our ag sector in the state of Georgia, that $72 million in our ag sector comes from forestry, and almost $1 billion in state revenues to help fuel the state's budget. And most importantly for us, we're growing 48% more trees a year than we harvest, and this is something that our urban communities tend to say, wow, I had no idea. If you live in rural Georgia, you probably don't think about it too much, but you see it every time you drive down the road. We're not running out of trees anytime soon. So that's very important for us too, as well as folks who don't see trees every day. Often this is the very first question they ask. So our core principles at GFA are really what have driven a lot of private industry in this state. GFA is focused on people who own dirt and steel in the forestry industry. So that's timberland and that's manufacturing assets. We're trying to make sure that those are healthy economically into the future. But everything else that plugs into that, nurseries, consultants, loggers, truck drivers, if timberland and if manufacturing is not profitable, the rest of it all falls away. You don't need a consultant, you don't need a nursery, you don't need a logger if you're not making money growing trees or cutting lumber or making paper products. So for us, these are the things that drive us. Real quick on economic status. There's something that I think I've shared with a few of you in the past, but there's been, I guess there's been about 47 total announcements of either sawmill expansions or new sawmills coming to the southeast over the past 2 years. Of those, a third have landed in Georgia. So if you look across 9 southern states, we are getting the lion's share of investment in our sector. That's really important. People who have a dollar to spend can spend that dollar. If you want to cut lumber, you can do it anywhere in the world. You can do it in Russia, you can do it in China, you can do it in South America, you can do it in Alabama, you can do it in Oregon, you can do it in British Columbia. There's a lot of places that dollar can go. There's nothing stopping it, as we all know. But the fact that we have been able as a state to attract more than any other state cumulatively in investment coming to the state is really important. $640 million, and that's expansion. That doesn't include just the purchase of a sawmill. And that's public information too as well. So there's a couple mills that don't fit into this completely. So really important to note that we are in that driver's position in terms of investment. Also for us though, on the housing, on the economic trends, where are we at today? Where do we sit here in October in terms of what's impacting our industry? Well, housing starts are not where they need to be. We've seen movement over the past 24 months in interest rates going both up and down, and that having an impact. But just general uncertainty in the economy is keeping, in particular, millennials who are starting to get married, are starting to think about families, from wanting to pick up a bunch of debt, quite frankly, buying a home. So we're doing a good job of building a lot of large homes in this country and in the Southeast, but not necessarily maybe a smaller home that you see with regards to where, when you're just starting your life and family, that may be attractive to you. The other component is that the cost of building a home has gone up. There, labor shortages and a variety of other things are driving the cost up. And so a lot of these things are starting to slow down and create uncertainty, and we see that reflected in the price of lumber. If you look in 2014, 15, 16, 17, and in 18 we had a record year. The price of lumber was very, very strong. But we've seen a retraction in 19 going back to what looks more like 2016 or so, or 2014 in terms of the price of lumber. That price of lumber directly reflects housing. And so we can see that that's a little bit of a cause for concern in our sector. And a lot of the homes that do get built in the country are built in the Southeast and provided for by sawmills that are here in the Southeast. The other component that we see is trade, and I know that this is not something necessarily that this group can address directly, but we cannot ignore the fact that our industry is getting hammered. We hear a lot of it from soybeans, we hear a lot of it from other crops, and we heard some of that about pecans yesterday from Commissioner Black. But softwood lumber exports to China have dropped 66%. That's a big deal. Lumber gets graded 1, 2, 3, 4, and other grades too as well. But about 50% of number 3 and number 4 ended up going into China in the form of pallets or for pallet stock there. That is almost disappeared completely. Softwood logs at 28% have dropped, but that is a cumulative to the year-to-date number. At the beginning of the year, a lot of exporters that were sending logs out of this region, out of these ports that are close to us, they had a rush to get as much volume as they could out, and for fear of really trying to get ahead of the increased escalation in tariffs. If you were to look at the second half of this year, it's probably zero. Now, why is that important for us? Because, of course, we have a lot of pine logs that outgrew our sawmills, and almost the only market that they have is export. So very important for us, for our landowner community in that regard. Hardwood lumber and hardwood logs have taken a huge hit, and you've actually seen some articles in the Wall Street Journal about that. And then for the number one exporter of pulp and paper from this country, a 25% drop in paperboard, which is your Amazon box, your cardboard box, and a 15% drop in pulp, which is our diapers and Q-tips and all these other things that we make out of wood pulp, is a very big deal for us. And you see it reflected in some of the stock prices from some of our companies, and a concern where we go. We've already started seeing layoffs, facilities shutting down. And we had the opportunity to be in D.C. about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and really the message is we're reaching that point of no return, where there's permanent capacity losses in our sector. So ports that have for 50, 100 years have been dedicated to exporting logs are now being sold and converted into other things. So that capacity to do that, not in the Southeast, but in other parts of the country, is permanently going away. Mills shutting down, things of that nature. So this is if it continues in the direction it's going in, and the reason we put this forward is that it could be as big or bigger for parts of our sector as the Great Recession. important for us to think about when we're thinking about a state that has so much employment tied to forestry and going through, within the span of less than 10 years, another cataclysmic, if you will, drawback in market demand. One of the things that we heard from some of our companies that are doing business in China is that the Chinese government, provincial governments, so state governments there basically, are starting to ban U.S. products. They're saying if you're building a railroad or you're building a building, we don't want any U.S. products in it of any nature. So as we come out of this, we're going to have to do a lot of work, and hopefully we come out of it sooner than later, but we're going to have to do a lot of work to rebuild our brand. This isn't just about what's the price of that stick of lumber. This is whether or not your customer even wants your product, regardless of price, right? And whether or not you have the regulatory ability to even get in the market. So these kind of things for us, as you talk up the ladder, the political ladder, so to speak, keep in mind that there's a lot of work to do once we figure out the end to the tariff war and the trade war with China. That it'll go beyond this, and we'll probably need help from our state economic development folks too, as well, as we have assets in China that can help build and rebuild the brand for Georgia-grown southern yellow pine, as well as pine from the rest of the southeast. So with that, I'd like to invite Chad Nimmer. He needs no introduction, but I do like saying that Chad Nimmer is in the house. So I wish we could say that in a bigger way.
Yes, sir. Well, good morning, distinguished former colleagues, and I appreciate the opportunity, Andres, to come and share with the House Rural Development Council, and I appreciate each one of your individual service and sacrifice to help move this state forward and find out what is making rural Georgia tick and what's slowing the wind down so that you can go back and pass good, responsible policy to help us keep things going. Here today in the way of timber ordinances and local strains on how we manufacture and really harvest the standing timber that Georgia is so robustly known for growing. You heard Andres tout, and we love to hear it, and we love to talk about it, about being number one. And that's just our nature in our industry, to take a glass half full approach, and we like to talk about the good things. But if we don't tell you some of the strains we have, you really don't know what's lurking around the corner and what's really going to hold us back and what you can do to help us. We understand that there's controllables and uncontrollables in any kind of job or marketplace that you go into, and so we want to talk to you about today are the controllables, and really to dive down the local ordinances that we're facing. I want to tell you there's one big difference between Georgia and other states in respect to timber harvesting, and that's the fact that we've got good buying points. We've got mills and sawmills, pulp mills, pellet mills, different types of wood-using facilities that take this product. Without those facilities, we don't have a need for our healthy, thriving forest in Georgia that's such a key asset to the economy. What my fear is that the local strains that we're feeling with being able to go into a county, purchase a tract of timber from some of your constituents or possibly even from you, and be able to harvest that timber in an efficient, effective, safe way and get it to a buying point to give you the most return for your investment, that's under attack in a major way. And I think some of it's by just a lack of education on the local level, lack of involvement from our own industry, and we're addressing that as we go. And a lot of the lack of information from our own industry is out of fear of retaliation. And I want to just share with you a couple of instances and real scenarios, if I may. Just in this year, we've been issued letters from some local counties that have told us to go into specific counties, logging crew. Now they don't address the landowner, okay? They do not address the buying point. They come to the harvester after the timber's been put up for a auction or a bid, and the awarded bidder comes in and goes to the local county office, gets his or her ordinance to go out and post and start to harvest that tract of timber. There's several counties across our state that are doing a couple of different things that go against what your law says they can do. One, some are requesting higher than the $5,000 bond limit for a harvester to go into that area and harvest a tract of timber. Some of the more kind of down and dirty and in your face things they're doing. They're telling us now, for us to go out and harvest a tract of timber, we have to have a street sweeper on hand and a man with a pressure washer cleaning the highway after every load of wood leaves the dirt road. When he turns onto the highway, we've got to run the street sweeper over it, and any debris that's left, any film from the dirt off of the tires that's left, we then have to stop traffic. So we've got to have guardmen out there. We've got to have a first responder or a certified somebody out there with a light flashing, stopping traffic, pressure wash the street, and then get off the street, let traffic flow back, and get the next load of wood out. Now I want you to think about something with me, if you will. Let's assume for a minute that's a rural county, and in most cases it is. The ad valorem taxes that have been paid off of that tract of land and timber are important revenue to that community. I think everybody would agree. That community and that county government's also going to receive revenue off of what's known as a severance tax. People call it that a lot. It's a PT 283 form that's filled out after the harvest, and it's based off the revenue generated, not the volume generated. So the better the wood, the higher the amount of money that's generated. There's a calculator that goes into the county's millage rate. That landowner then on a quarterly basis, when the time of their harvest is complete, will get an invoice from the county. None of that's taken into consideration when the county's going out there and they're giving a higher harvesting cost to that person's timber. Okay, the higher the cost of harvesting that timber, adding street sweepers, traffic guards, and pressure washers on hand is going to increase the harvest cost. That's going to lower the value of that timber. Now, a couple of things begin to take place there. That community becomes unattractive for timber buyers to show up and bid on that timber aggressively. Buying points become disinterested, the buying point being the mill, become disinterested in supporting their dealers, the wood dealers who buy the wood, to go into that said community and bid on timber. Because they know there's going to be a lot of friction and a lot of complaints and a lot of hurdles to cross to get that timber severed from the stump and moved to the mill, and that mill needs that wood, okay? But again, none of this is coming to the mill or to the landowner, it comes to us. All right, so there needs to be some addressing to the communities and counties about how do you go about doing this. And this is not a southeast Georgia issue. I talked to a gentleman this morning up in Rome, Georgia on my drive down here, and he's a fellow wood producer in the state, and I asked him, I said, how are things up there? And he gave me a 5 to 6 county span around his shop, if you can just imagine his working area. He said every community has a different set of ordinances that he has to figure out when he goes in to abide by. And he went on to tell me this. He said, Chad, there's many times I'll go in and bid on a tract of timber. I'll figure out what the ordinances are, where I know how to structure my bid. If I'm awarded the bid from the landowner, we book the tract of timber. Somewhere over the next course, 8 to 10 months, let's say, I get ready to move on that tract of timber and harvest. The ordinance has changed. And then there's a new set of rules to play by. And here's what happens. Your bonds are then rendered. You get into a legal dispute if you want to push it, and then you're labeled as a bad actor, and nobody wants you in there, and you really become subject to getting, for a lack of better terms, picked on at that point. And nobody in the logging and log trucking community really wants that. My cousin and I, Sam, he's a peanut, cotton, and grain farmer, grows a bunch of tobacco, and I grow a little bit of blueberries and some hay and a few cows, and my main thing is timber. But what I realize is nothing that we do from a row crop ag commodity or livestock ag commodity or a fruit ag commodity, I've never had anybody come to me and say, you need to go get an ordinance from the local government to haul your cows out of this road. Before you haul those blueberries out, Russ, you need to go get a permit. Some of them will call that, and that's illegal, by the way. But they'll say you need to go get an ordinance to do that. And they've never come to us and said, before you harvest your corn or your peanuts or your cotton or your tobacco, put a street sweeper and put a pressure washer out by the highway. Now I want to go back to something I said in the beginning. On our row crop farm side, we're harvesting crops 1 or 2 times a year out of the same fields. A stand of timber on average, according to what the management plan is, let's just call it 15 years, that I'm going into that field and bringing that crop out. But when we go, it's extremely tough to get in there and harvest the stand of timber, that crop, and produce it effectively and to the highest value to the landowner. Now, my fear, big picture, is a couple of things. One, we're going to continue to push wood producers out of the business. We're an endangered species. Not many of us are left. That's a little tongue-in-cheek if you'll catch that later after your coffee sinks in. We also are seeing our neighboring states having a more appealing model to growing timber. And I think what they're doing is they're trying to go ahead and attract investors to come grow timber in their state and saying, look at the volume and the tons per acre per year we're growing. Oh, and by the way, we're going to create some buying points. Remember I told you earlier, one of the big things Georgia has that the other states around us do not have are aggressive, effective buying points. Your Georgia Pacifics, Rayoniers, International Papers, so on and down the list. Great mills, great companies, great partners in Georgia. They buy a lot of volume. But if it continues to be a strain and we can't supply them the wood that they need, we're already seeing investors up in middle Georgia leave because of the strain of doing business. They see the loggers not being able to compete, the value of their stumpage not allowing them enough revenue to hold the land, so they're just leaving the land. This is a generational problem. Once we try to start correcting that, you've got a crop cycle of timber to get it back right. And you're begging a multi-million-dollar mill to stay in your state. Just bear with us until we get it corrected. And this all starts on the local level. You know, most problems we all talk about cleaning our own front porch out before we talk about the neighbor's mess. These are local issues, but it's going to take a state scope to help. And I think this is a great mantle for the Rural Development Council to pick up. These are the uncontrollables to us. The uncontrollables that we can't help are market conditions, weather conditions. You know, we can't control those. But the other uncontrollable to the wood producer is local ordinances. And so we're asking you to pick that up and make it something that you can put in our controllable category so that we know how we're doing business. It's predictable. As much predictability as we can get helps us in anything we do dealing with the environment. I was sharing with Chairman McCall right there just a while ago, you know, we went over 70 days with no recordable rainfall. We made up a bunch of ground yesterday. And I've got roads blown out in the woods. These aren't county roads. These are roads that we have built into woods on landowners' property to harvest timber, and they're blown out this morning. And you know, we're out there trying to patch that up and rebuild, and that's what we do. Those are the things that we need to deal with that are uncontrollable. But the things that we can make predictable in our business for this natural resource are the things that we're asking you guys to help with. Again, this is a statewide issue, North, Middle, and South Georgia. The bonds, the notifications, the permits, and just a broad spectrum of issues that the counties are bringing to us, we're back in a mode where we've got 159 different set of rules in Georgia, and we don't know what we're playing by. I want to give you another example that just happened recently, and you'll shake your head and wonder, how in the world could this be? But this is real. I've got the letter right here, and we just got a ruling passed on it yesterday. Here's the letter, and let me give you the scenario, okay? We went into a community down here, bought a tract of timber that was put up by a consulting company for public bid. We went in and cruised the tract of timber like all foresters would. We put our bid together. We were awarded as the high bidder. We knew the ordinances in the community. It was in the city limits, right on the edge of the city limits in this particular county. We met with the city and the county, knew the rules, closed the tract of timber out. Immediately, the rules changed. And they came in and said, you can't cut the tract of timber now. And we had put up a performance deposit and an advance on the tract of timber. Well, that's not the landowner's fault, right? And so we engaged the landowner in this particular instance, and we said, here's our issue. The city has come out and built a sidewalk, a boardwalk, if you will, out into the edge of this community, and they actually built it over onto this landowner's property. Well, there was some easement language that had to be cleared up between them two, but again, we're hung up in the middle of it all of a sudden because we bought the wood, right? Nobody's going to the mill or the landowner. We went to the landowner and asked them, all right, you guys have got to help us here. They wrote a letter, the city and the county got together, and it took quite a collaborative effort to get them to all understand and to finally admit, you know what, we're wrong. We built our product is on your land. And even after they realized that, they came back and said, you know what, we understand that we're wrong, but you still can't go in there. And we got a crop sitting there that's matured, ready to harvest. I mean, imagine, we talked earlier about the produce with a little spot on it. Imagine a hurricane bearing down and you got $500,000 worth of timber standing there, and it's sold, and you need to get it to the mill. And that hurricane's coming, and you know it's in the path of the storm, and you need to get it. Imagine if it's just a big tropical depression coming, or just an average South Georgia rainstorm. Whatever the case may be, maybe the market calls for that type of wood at that time is why you bought that tract of wood. But there's a little speck on it all of a sudden, and they're just saying, no, put it over in the truck and haul it off, give it away. We don't have that opportunity. We have to play by the market rules we've been given that are unpredictable because they're global. We have to abide by the state laws and federal laws for transport that are somewhat predictable now. But the unpredictable part that I think you really can fix is the local ordinance issue. And that takes a lot of strain off of us as we go out there and try to keep the timber prices high for the landowner and keep the buying point satisfied so that they stay in business here in Georgia manufacturing this natural resource. I want you guys to take that up, but luckily in that case, we got the landowner engaged, we put our heads together, we met, we kept level heads, and a good solution was met in that particular instance. Give you one more case. We had a track just up, kind of just below I-16, and this is back to local ordinances and things that we face. We met all the requirements. We put the bonds up. We did everything we were supposed to do. We went out and harvested the man's tract of timber. We had people coming out and inspecting us. Everything was hunky-dory. Heard no problems the entire time that we were cutting the tract of timber. Now, Chairman Morris, this is kind of up in your neck of the woods, and I was so tempted to call and just say, can you help me? But I didn't. I said, we're just going to let it play out. I want you to keep in mind, y'all know, y'all passed a law, it's a $5,000 bond that a county is allowed to require from you, right? After we had moved out of this tract of timber, there happened to be I don't know if it was, call them a microwave tower or whatever, a cell phone tower was being erected right down the road about a quarter of a mile from where we cut the tract of timber. Some large crane trucks were coming by, and we noticed there was a old hole in the road when we went back to get some stuff out of the woods where they had put some hot mix in that hole past where we were cutting between where we were turning in and where the tower was being erected. That hot mix was pulled out of that hole by these crane trucks. Well, guess who got their bond rendered before we could get to the county to tell them we were done cutting timber in their county, we want our bond letter back, and we want to go on to our next job site? It was us. Could be coincidental. I call it a strong case of irony. Guess how much the bill was to fix that pothole with hot mix? It was as close to $5,000 as you could. You didn't have enough money to get a Happy Meal when you left. But here's the thing. It's just like the gentleman I talked to up in Rome, Georgia this morning. He said, Chad, we don't want to fight anybody because the minute we go and complain, boy, they can pick on us just with a rubber. I mean, just beat us and make life miserable. I said, well, maybe we're going about it the wrong way. And I told him what we had done in the county with the sidewalk and where the city, county, and landowner got together. Now, granted, we missed about a month and a half of opportunity of moving wood going through that process. We had a good ending, but we lost 6 weeks of production. Any of you guys growing a crop out there, what happens when the market's right for you to move your product? And you just say, I'm going to just leave it right there for 6 weeks. And when everybody gives me my permits and regulation, then I'll sell it. Does the squash price stay up? Does the hay price stay up? Cucumbers, peas, corn, wheat? No, you got to move it when the market's right. So all we're asking is for you guys to take into consideration, work with Andres and the association, and look at making some predictability rules and laws where we know how to operate. And I appreciate y'all's time.
And timing being what it is, we've got to wait for this thing to warm back up. Is that right, Justin? Yeah. So possibly in your pre-read and your printed materials, you'll be able to see this while the printer comes up. But you know, when we had the opportunity to approach some of the counties and talk about this, in particular through ACCG, and they said, "Well, Andres, is this a problem in just a couple of counties? And you know, do we really need to address this?" So Tom Byer and my staff went through and looked at all the counties who have their ordinances online, because of course it's not all of them, and highlighted here in red counties that have ordinances that are out of compliance with a state law that the Georgia legislature passed, Code Section 12624. Now keep that in mind that there's 2 million log trucks that move throughout this state every year. This is a huge issue in terms of efficiency and competitiveness. If we want to compete against Brazil, Chile, South Africa, Russia, whoever is out there on Canada, we have got to fix this issue. So it's not just one issue, it's not just one county, it's not just one region of Georgia, although Middle Georgia seems to be hit a little bit harder than others. And as we know, counties do tend to copy each other when it comes to ordinances, and so our concern, of course, is that this could continue to spread into a lot of different areas. Probably the most common thing that we see is that they're requiring permitting that is specifically outlined in the law that cannot be required. Bonding requirements as well. Broad shutdown authority, where they'll come and look at what you're doing and just tell you you're shut down for a week. Just take you out of the game completely. And leave your equipment in the forest where you can't even take it anywhere else. So really egregious type of activities. I know sometimes people say, well, can we zero in on that a little bit more? And so what we've seen in Meriwether County is that they have to provide 72 hours of notice prior to going into harvest. The law says that you can provide notification within 24 hours of being there, so after starting your harvest. In Catoosa County, $50,000 bond, when the law says $5,000 is the maximum. In Clay County, permit and requiring a permit. In Clayton County is probably the most egregious, and this is a clear taking of private property, $1 per acre to harvest, and you cannot harvest within 25 feet of your boundary. So you've lost 25 feet worth of boundary of timber from your property line. And you may say, Clayton County doesn't have, what's forestry in Clayton County? Of course, we would all think that. But the southern part of the county actually has got some active forest land in it. But once again, maybe our concern is if 50 other counties copy this ordinance, where are we sitting, right? Those are the other concerns. And then Dougherty County, requiring some fairly extensive grade requirements, entrance construction grade requirements for that interface with the county. So in the spirit of working to drive solutions and not present you with complaints, but present you with opportunities, we've had a series of 3 meetings with ACCG, and we want to especially thank Kathleen Bowen, who's been the lead from ACCG with us. They brought 5 of their county commissioners, and we brought 5 of our members to the table, and we had the first meeting was really to understand what the problem is. And so each county commissioner had the opportunity to show us a lot of pictures and things that they were dealing with. We can't ignore the fact that 2018 was one of the wettest years we've ever had, and when we have a lot of rain, we have a lot of issues typically. But those aren't isolated to just forestry. In the second meeting, we discussed solutions. We took those solutions back to our members and talked with the leadership across the state. And in the third meeting, we had we kind of said, okay, this is what we want to do collectively. This is what we can agree to, and that's what's in front of you right now. We really see a tremendous amount of efficiency going away from the county by county notification system and going to a statewide notification system. As we all know, all counties have different levels of sophistication. Some of them aren't even collecting the timber, the severance tax that's out there from the PT forms. This kind of takes care of that for them. It's an efficiency game for them. They can reduce some of their overhead at the county level and reposition those people into other jobs if they need to. But the State Forestry Commission has already actually built the model prototype for this, and it gives us a great opportunity to just add a lot of efficiency and, more importantly, uniformity. When the legislation was passed about 5 years ago, it was designed to address damage from the egress and ingress point onto that county road. Not 3 miles down the road, not 10 miles or a mile down the road. At that point, when that truck hits the county road and squares up, that's where you're going to have the greatest amount of damage. It was legislative intent, but it was just never written, as we oftentimes see. And so ACCG has agreed to narrowing that down to a certain feet, whether it's 150 feet, 250 feet, whatever it is from the point when that truck hits the road, that's when the bond can be applied. Once again, not 3 miles down the road when you've got a lot of other folks, school buses, concrete trucks, garbage trucks, cell phone tower trucks, whatever it may be, using that road. And so this is a point of fairness that we think is good, and we're glad that they've agreed to that. Also providing some kind of backdrop for when that bond is, if that county renders that bond, a lot of times the loggers have no way of arguing against that. And so moving that into magistrate court or some other type of way where we can have some kind of due process associated with that. And for producers that are out there that are having their bonds rendered, require a system where, or think about having, the second bond that you have to post being a little bit higher and the third one a little bit higher, so that we're kind of elevating the game for those producers to make sure that they're also meeting their requirements. We do have some harvesters. These are very, very small operators that oftentimes may be doing 1 load a week, very small hardwood operator with relatively old equipment that may not even be providing their notifications. And so in these cases, we believe it's important to increase the penalties for that. And then ultimately, and we had the opportunity to speak with some folks from UGA yesterday about this, was really that opportunity to do more education. As we've seen, as all of you know, the turnover in county government, both at the staff side as well as in the leadership side, elected county commissioners, is high. And oftentimes people come into those roles without really fully understanding, what these ordinances are designed to do and how the state law works. And so for us, we want to make sure that we have a consistent way of educating them and letting them know where we're at on state law and how they can hopefully stay in compliance with that. So with that, we'll kick over into workforce development, and this is something that's been very important for us. When I talked about earlier all that investment that Georgia's able to attract, Alabama grows trees really well. Our average taxes, if you're in CUVA or FLIPA, are about $5. If you're outside of that, it's $15 an acre. Luckily, with your help, we passed QTP, the Qualified Timberland Property Amendment 3. And we're going to address some of those folks that are outside paying that $15 an acre. But if you're in Alabama, you're paying about $1.25 an acre. And you've heard us talk about this in the past, how do we keep Georgia competitive from a timber owner perspective, owning that timberland, growing that tree. But really so there's other states that can do it just as well or maybe better than we can. But what's important for us is that we have a supply chain. If you need a PLC programmer to program your sawmill, or if you need loggers, you need truck drivers, you need folks that are growing seedlings that can get them in the ground, we have that infrastructure here because we have so much industry and we have so many landowners, consultants, everything else. That is the difference that, as Chad noted in his comments, that's the difference between us and almost every other southern state. And so you can see on the slide here on the left where we were basically coming out of the recession. We actually were able to add a little bit of employment in our logging sector versus those states that are in yellow that lost employment in the logging sector. So very important. That is what positioned us in 16, 17, 18 to start adding all that investment into our sector. Now what's happened in 17 to 19 is that we've seen, this is more of a much more localized perspective, but we've seen the impact of a very competitive labor market. And so in places where people have choices, so kind of in these areas that are red in Georgia, close to Atlanta, also close to the coast where you have the port and you have other development and kind of urbanization, in places where people have choices for jobs, we're losing those folks to other types of employment. Kind of the echo of what you heard with regards to the Georgia Forestry Commission when they were asking for assistance, trying to keep some of their employees too as well. So it's very important for us. Why is that? Because, as I mentioned before, we've seen sawmill capacity in the state grow almost 20% since 2008. We're adding more lumber output in the state. Our pulp mill capacity has stayed steady, but that doesn't tell the story. It takes billions of dollars of investment over a 10-year period, if you think about it in that sense, to keep those pulp mills going. Those are extremely, probably some of the most expensive assets that we have on the industrial set in this state. And Georgia has 12 pulp mills inside the state and another 6 that are buying timber outside of our state. So very, very important for us. We have more than any other state in the nation. But our logging capacity has actually declined. So that supply, back to Chad Nimmer's point, of being able to get a stick of timber into a mill that's going to turn it into something that means jobs and other things down the line, is actually growing weaker. So from that perspective, part of that's demographics, but we have ways to address some of that. And so from that perspective, we're going to invite Dr. Glenn Dibert from Coastal Pines Technical College. He's the president of the college, to tell us a little bit about what they are doing, which is very innovative, to address some of these issues, and then we'll watch a short video. Thank you, Dr. Dibert.
Thank you, Andres. First of all, thank you this morning for the opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about workforce development, but more specifically workforce development for the timber industry. I'm sure a lot of you are hearing the same things that we're hearing day in and day out. I'm having trouble finding employees. Local business owners are telling you the workforce is aging, which it is. Baby boomers are starting to retire. We are having trouble finding people that can pass a drug test, people with a good work ethic. Any of that sound familiar? So just in general, we've had an issue with the unemployment dropping so low, and that issue is actually just getting worse. We've always had that issue to some extent, finding someone with the skills that our employers need and being able to go through this process and getting them on board, a productive employee. But I contend that we've had this issue longer than since when this dropped to 3 or 4%. And so it wasn't a surprise to me when about 6 years ago, Representative Nimmer called me up, asked me to drive up to the Capitol and to talk about workforce development in the timber industry and to try to come up with some sort of solution to address this problem. I'm going to go ahead and point out, you've got a handout that a few of the things I'm going to talk about is there. We're going to show a video in just a few minutes, very, very short video, 3 minutes, but a lot of the points are in that and you'll be able to reference back to that later. Some of the issues, so what did we look at? When we sat down and we started talking about the workforce, what specific middle skills did these employees have to have? And we didn't want to just start out there designing something, but we started looking around the Southeast U.S. to figure out, okay, who has a program that's working? So we went to 2 or 3 other states. There was no one in Georgia that had a program. We went to several other states, and everything we looked at, the models just weren't sustainable. They just weren't what we needed. So the first challenge for us was we pulled together a group of stakeholders. We pulled together, the Caterpillars, the Timber Harvesters, the Yancey Brothers, Georgia Biomass, Georgia Forestry, everyone that we could to help us to find exactly what that training needed to look like. The second issue, so we were able to resolve that one. The second challenge that we faced was how do we get people, and think about the millennials now, okay, and think about all these different young people, all the different groups that we've defined out there. How do we get them interested in working in the timber industry? Because if you talk to a lot of young people today, what do they want to do? They want to be a pro athlete. They want to be a gamer. They want to work from home. They want to work through their cell phone. They want to start out in a leadership position. They want to make a lot of money. They don't want to start out, it's not everybody, but that's kind of a lot of the attitude that we're seeing from a lot of our young adults that are graduating from high school and ready to go into the workforce. So how could we attract them? How could we push this down? Because of the aging workforce, we really needed to get some younger people into the industry. So one of the things we decided to do was to go in and offer this as a high school dual enrollment program. And so we pulled back, everyone back together, and we started looking at, okay, how does this process need to work? What can we do with 17 and 18-year-olds, high school juniors and seniors? So we got the process all pulled together. We figured out that solution, and dual enrollment was the solution. And then the next challenge, matter of fact, I tell you what, Andres, why don't you come up for the sake of time and start the video. Can you start it from there? So what we're going to do is go ahead and show you a 3-minute video, and then I'm going to come back and jump back into the next steps of what we did.
Throughout the history of the state of Georgia, forestry and timber has been essential. It's the foundation or the bedrock of the state. A lot of Georgia residents maybe don't understand the importance of forestry. Forestry has a direct economic benefit of over $35 billion. Georgia has over 22 million acres of private timberland in Georgia. And every year, we plant more than we harvest. So it is a renewable resource.
Statewide, we've been facing a shortage of workers. It's been going on for years now.
Our industry came to us 6 years ago, and they said, we don't see a lot of young people getting involved in the logging industry.
This program is important to us because we see a need for employees.
This is one of the best opportunities for these young men and young women to get involved at the high school level with dual enrollment, where they actually train some of these students specifically for the jobs that are available, knowing that the day they get that certificate, they have a job waiting on them.
What we've done is found that niche. We're helping to produce graduates with no actual student debt, so this program is free through the Langdale Foundation and through the HOPE grant program and through the dual enrollment program with the state of Georgia.
What we do to start off with is teach safety around the equipment. And we want them to be safe. It's our goal to have them operate the equipment, cutting, skidding, and operate the loader.
This equipment is real nice, all new equipment, John Deere and Tigercat and Caterpillar equipment, run smooth, operation nice. Some of the things that really surprised me were there wasn't only in the classroom learning, opening books. There was a get outside, get hands-on experience. This program's helped me a lot by understanding how this works. There's a lot of people that don't get this opportunity. I feel pretty lucky.
We have industry personnel that are out here visiting during these 3 weeks, a lot of our partners that are coming out to talk to the students, to really do an informal interview in the woods. And all of these students will have a job. Some of them are getting multiple offers.
When you have the teamwork that we've had with our local partners, with our technical college system with Georgia, and our local college, Coastal Pines Technical College, has been a really hit, and we're very proud of it.
We all know that logging is going to continue. Because we all like paper, we all like wood products, it's going to continue. It's just a matter of who does it.
This type of program sets up a complete availability for students and high school kids. They can get a job, they can get a degree, and they can stay at home and be able to provide for their local community as well as provide for their families.
We need the help, they need a job, and it's a great marriage that we put together with Coastal Pines Technical College.
So I will tell you, everyone, that video was actually filmed in an hour or two on one of our job sites this last summer. There were no scripts. This was just impromptu. Hey, would you mind saying a few words since you're out here today? It was a day when we invited business and industry and our local legislators and everyone to come out to see what the students were doing. So I'll back up. So the other challenge that you saw, all that heavy equipment, brand new, probably close to, when you look at loader, a skidder, fellow buncher, trucks, to haul the timber out of there, you're looking at about $1 million probably sitting out there in the woods that the manufacturers, the business industry partners in this brochure actually loan to us free of charge for 3 weeks every summer. So the way we set the program up is outlined on the back. High school seniors, juniors or seniors will take one block of classes, 2 classes in the fall, 2 classes in the spring. When they graduate, they have an industry credential. They're actually first aid certified, master timber harvesting certified, have a college credential, And then those that we find that are really interested and want to do this, run that equipment in the woods, come back for 3 weeks. 1 week after high school graduation, we put them through the program, put them on the equipment. Again, all of our industry partners are involved. I can tell you some of Chad's crew, they come out. We have 2 teachers that come out during the summer, Beasley Timber. We have a teacher that comes out to 2 of the high schools. We've actually gone from piloting this program at Pierce County High School about 4 or 5 years ago to now we offer it in Charlton County High School. We offer it in Jeff Davis High School. And then this August, we started offering it in Appling County High School. So we have about 50 kids going through this, and they all come together during the summer, those that want to take the second step and go to work in the industry, and we put them on the equipment. So you can see it takes a lot of effort, a lot of coordination, just a lot of work to make this happen. We really need to expand this program throughout the state, so we'll be talking to other technical colleges. We're going to help them try to get this set up so we can get more employees out there. But if you saw some of the equipment, what did you see them when they showed them working in the cab? What were they doing? 2 joysticks. So now we're really seeing if we can get these kids out there, get them involved at a young age, and see that this isn't just walking out there with an axe and a chainsaw. This is really a great job. They can have, I don't know if they want a radio playing or a stereo playing because they have radios in the cab where they communicate, but it's air conditioned. I mean, it takes hand-to-eye coordination, things that these young kids, I would hate to try to even do that. But you saw 16, 17, and 18-year-olds cutting that timber, dragging it over to the loading area, chopping off the ends with the loaders, loading it on the semis, setting out the trucks. These kids can do this work, and they do a really great job at it. But one thing we do need to at some point is expand that. So I'll just kind of in closing say, with my part, that this is a really great model. You know, you saw earlier we had a group talking about the fisheries and all the seafood industry and all on the coast. We're taking this same model that we developed for timber and applying it very specifically in all of our 13 counties and setting up high school dual enrollment programs in those counties. Darien came to us, 55 or 56 job openings for deckhands. We use the same process to develop a commercial fisherman program where we teach them a little bit of diesel equipment, drivetrain repair, navigating by the stars, fire safety, all the things they need for these deckhands on these boats. And this last August, we actually implemented that dual enrollment program at McIntosh County High School. It'll take us 4 or 5 years with 20 students in the program, maybe 10 go into working in the industry to kind of catch up. But we're applying the same principle across the board. And I just want to thank y'all for the support you give to the college, to our K-12 system, to the Board of Regents. This is what we need to do, work together to figure out how to address all these workforce development needs. So, thank you. Workforce.
Like Dr. Diver talked about, toting axes, chains, and chainsaws, that's just not what we do anymore. Loggers' hands today are a lot different than they were 25 years ago. It's still hard work, but there's nothing wrong with that. We don't try to sugarcoat it. It's hard work, but it's a lot better job. We try to tell people today that if you come to work with us, you got an opportunity for a career, not just a job. I think there's a tremendous difference in just how you present it. We're trying to not only engage and stay as a strategic partner with the technical colleges, but we're trying to become more involved with career fairs and different things just to let people know what's going on and what we're doing and what opportunities there are. These guys are coming out with certificates saying that they're qualified, and if they make the cut, they've got an opportunity to make a good living and a good annual salary.
All right, y'all got time for a few questions real quick? All right, we got questions. Chairman Paul.
I guess this is for Andres and Chad. Talking about the ordinances. You said you'd met with ACCG. Did you address any of the issues that Chad had talked about as far as street sweepers and pressure washing and what you mentioned as far as buffers? I didn't see that as part of your ACCG discussion.
Yeah, there's probably, and the things that we've agreed to so far is kind of our starting point in terms of the things that we want to try and address and fix. I think what we really saw as part of that solution was basically ending the process of the county ordinance process, or a county permitting process, if you will, since that's already out of compliance with the law, and really pushing that into the statewide system. Chad, anything else you want to add to that?
Is one of the reasons a lot of our guys don't know they don't feel like they're going to be well welcomed if they go up to the county office and try to say, hey, you're wrong. They feel like it immediately becomes argumentative, and they don't want that, so they take it on the chin and go on and try to operate. Case in point, the gentleman I talked to up in North Georgia this morning, he goes, I'll never go to a county office and argue because they can come shut me down. They have that much authority. And I told him, in fact, they didn't. But he said, the minute I go and challenge them, my operation is set idle. I go out of business. I've got to figure out how to work under these road laws. And, and that's bad when you feel that way and you've got that kind of investment managing Georgia's leading natural resource, especially when we're the diamond state in the entire nation for how to grow forest and manufacture the products. We just got to handle that front porch issue. And I think it comes back to internal education, Chairman Powell, making sure that all the people in our sector know how to approach a county or a city and discuss their issues. Then make sure that we message it right and it's not a glass half empty, we're coming at you with a negative issue. And just make sure that ACCG, GMA, and those folks know how to message to their memberships, guys, you can't do it wrong.
So is your goal to come up with a proposed bill for us to look at?
I think that is our goal. We would love to see a partnership with Georgia Forestry Association, ACCG, GMA, present to the Rural Development Council something to put in y'all's agenda as one of your 2020 agendas to come back and help our industry.
Can you do that in another month or so?
Yes, sir. Okay. That process is well underway, Chairman Powell. It's been ongoing. Tom Byers has been leading up a lot of meetings with key partners across the state and different government entities to make sure that we have a clear understanding and not just a narrow perspective from one guy in South Georgia. So, yes, sir.
We've got a few more questions here. Chairman Morris, you got one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I suppose this could be to any particular Chad. Jonathan, my 17-year-old, my youngest, he's expressed interest in being in the forestry business.
Amen.
He loves the idea of
a good kid.
Cruising timber, being outside. He loves it. He loves land. A lot of us do. But now the question is what is the barrier, financial primarily, for him to enter the business as an independent timber man like you are? And I'm concerned because I'm sure I would be looked to maybe even before the bank to try to finance that operation. So what capital would he have to have? What's the scale? And what would I be afraid of to keep him from accomplishing his goals? What would those barriers be? What are your top concerns to tell somebody about getting in the business?
So to get in and own and operate your own harvesting business, that's the question?
Or downscale, but that would be the biggest part.
Yeah, I'd say, highest. Let me address first what my advice would be, and then I'll address the barrier, the financial barrier. One, my advice would be don't jump out there and buy a logging operation. One, it's going to cost you more than $1 million time you buy all the trailers and trucks. And you go buy a brand new log truck today that's DOT certified, ready to go on the road in Georgia, you're going to spend approximately $130,000. Trailer's going to run you about $20,000 to $22,000 a piece. You're going to need 4 trucks, about 15 trailers per crew. Each piece of equipment across the board, you can just go ahead and count about $275,000 on average for each piece out there, cutter, skidder, loader. That doesn't include a couple of set-out trucks that you're going to need and scales, in-wood scales and things that you're going to have just to comply with all the constraints that you have. Now, you do the math internally in your mind, and you come up with a big price tag in a hurry, and you're going to have a lot of collateral going into it that you're willing to sign up. But I would advise any young person, before you talk your parents or anybody into going and co-signing or putting the farm up for hawk, so to speak, go get a job with a timber company, cruise timber for a while, work on a logging crew, and then come out and work your way into a working partnership, and then hopefully with the goal to own and operate your own business. And I'll tell you, I take my own advice. My nephew's at ABAC right now. He's set out loads for us. He's put up cow fence for us. He's trimmed loads, run skidder. He's marked timber. He told me he eventually wants to own a logging crew. I told him eventually he's going to come back and trim loads again. That's normally the load man on the totem pole. When he gets a 4-year degree at ABAC, he's going to come back and get a 4-year degree from me. And then we'll see about working him into a working partnership. That seems to be the trend, is a transition ownership now. And the reason being is a lot of our operations, we're seeing a lot of mills slow down in our area. And there's not a need for added production, but sustainable production. Okay, so you see a lot of transitions going on in ownership. In other words, your son would come in and work with me. Over time, I'd give him, and he'd earn into a % ownership, and then we'd have a buy-sell agreement at a set time. That seems to be a trend that I would recommend right there. The barrier he's going to face going in is, one, you're not guaranteed quota at a mill. You're not guaranteed to have wood to cut. And so when you go out there and you put all your capital up to help finance somebody to get in business, there's not a contract that's a take-or-pay contract in logging. There's no support system there at all. You get paid by the ton of wood that you produce. That equipment's not running and a scale ticket's not generated, no money's coming in. And so you've got to 100% move wood, and it's 100% just, I mean, you gotta, I not live by the seat of your pants, but you can't let your shirt hit your back working. You've got to constantly know that you got a market to buy your wood, and there's a lot of risk involved in it.
Thank you.
Couple more real quick. Chairman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chad, it's great to see you here and to listen to you talk about something that's so important to Southwest Georgia. I noticed that 3 of my counties, and they had, I guess for the lack of a, putting it bluntly, I guess, is impediments. Yeah. How can I help you go ahead and, before you pass legislation, how can I get in there and help try to work this out? Do you have a group that can come with me and talk to these county commissioners and city councils?
I think Chairman Green and Andres may have a different take on this. Me off the cuff right here, I would say we're close enough going into the legislative session. Back to Chairman Powell's time frame that he asked, I think just let us get some proposals for y'all to look at. I think maybe you guys can handle it all at one time, and you're not spending a lot of your time and efforts adjusting something that they're currently doing and then go into the legislature and change it again if it's not amenable to what you guys may take up. So I think if do you agree with that, Andres, or you want Chairman Green to go in there swinging?
I mean, I think it's
just
one of the biggest challenges is the lack of awareness. I don't think any are purposefully, out of compliance with state law. I think they simply don't know, or they may be getting bad legal advice too as well. But yeah, I think it could be fixed. But the problem is 159 counties with all the turnover. We'll never stop fixing it if we go county by county.
I don't think they really know.
I would agree with that. I think ACCG would agree with that on that score too as well. They've both identified, to Chairman Powell's question, as education as being a key component of addressing part of this.
Thank you.
Chairman, this is for Andres. I
personally am not fortunate enough to live in an area that does not collect what I call the timber tax. The last wood I sold, I got billed from 2 counties. They were more than ready to take money. But this statewide harvest notification system intrigues me. That, in terms of where would that logistically be located? Where would the interactions come? Is that through the association, through?
No, sir. It would be housed by the Georgia Forestry Commission, the state agency based out of just outside of Macon.
So we spent a lot of money on updating the system that Department of Revenue uses with a coordination with the Department of seemed like Driver Services and through our counties. Just a boatload of money is. Have y'all looked and see if what we're wanting to do would work with the system that we have now that just came online in May?
We haven't looked at that particular system, but the Forestry Commission already has a lot of the infrastructure in place that they use for other things. So, understanding all the plats, all the tracks that are around the state, property lines, all the GIS infrastructure that's needed for that. And it's essentially what it allows us to do is when a logger or a wood dealer or mill or whoever is going in and putting in the notification in, all that information that has been standardized and in code already at state law is submitted, nothing more than that, and then automatically through email at the county's choice, either the tax assessor, the roads manager, the county commissioners, whoever they want is notified automatically in that system. So it's highly efficient from that perspective, but it's using existing infrastructure and data that the commission already has.
It should just be ancillary to the Forestry Commission.
That's right, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The questions, Andres, were you finished or?
I have one more thing to talk about real quick. I don't know if we can get it up on the screen, Justin, or not, but may I?
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
perfect, good.
Real quick.
Well, just wanted to talk a little bit about mass timber. In front of you is the Georgia Forestry magazine. You'll see that's what's on the cover. It's mass timber. It's basically these big sandwiches of lumber that has been glued together, if you will. In some cases, plywood that's been glued together, where we can rapidly make buildings out of wood. What we've seen is a tremendous. This has been existing in Europe for over 10 years now, and it's existing in the United States too as well. The problem is it's not much of it is here in the Southeast. Most of it has been out in Oregon, some in the Northeast, but most of it out in the Pacific Northwest, where they've moved a lot faster on this. One of the things that they did was that they advanced the adoption of international building codes. They pull that forward to allow their local communities and their state regulators to be able to approve this type of construction. And why did they do that? Well, number one, they're like us. They grow a lot of timber, and they need markets for it. They're growing more timber than they have markets for, and it's a huge source of rural employment. So they want to juice that. The second component is, of course, out west. They're very concerned with environment, and so they're looking at ways of taking carbon out of the air, putting it in a tree, and then sinking it into a building. These buildings will be around for 100 years or more. So and then it gives a person the reason to go back and plant another tree as well. What you're looking at is the largest mass timber building in the country by square footage, and it's on 17th Street in downtown Atlanta. A lot of folks don't know that, but we have a couple of them. The second one that's important for us is the Condita building, which is on the Georgia Tech campus. That I think recently had their grand opening as well. That's they're made out of different types of mass timber, but there's a lot of different technologies that fit into that. But these products have a great carbon story. They have a great rural job story, and they support our economy in important ways. And I just want to point out that they're also a good investment. We are not at this point yet, but this is a building that's actually already been finished. I was able to see this last week. It's the First Tech Credit Union just outside of Portland, in the suburbs of Portland. Next to Nike's headquarters. But this building was built 4 months ahead of time as compared to if they'd done it with pure steel and concrete traditional construction, and at a 4% discount if they had done it with steel and concrete construction. The developers purposefully compared every step of the way, and you can see that in there in the quote, every step of the process if they were to go with traditional construction. So we wanted to show this to you because Georgia is in an awesome position. We're the number 3 lumber producer in this country, and as you saw in the previous slides, we're making more and more lumber every day in the state. If we can find a place to put it in our buildings more efficiently, that's very important. And oftentimes, as legislators, you might have my colleagues on the other side of the line with steel and concrete say, "Well, this is bad for all these other reasons." The buildings we saw last week in Oregon have plenty of steel and concrete still in them. And so this is really of us advancing forward. This morning I got an email from work that the USDA's Forest Service Research Lab is doing. They have mixed a small percentage of nanocellulose, which is the product that comes out of the Jessup Mill here in Rayonier in Georgia, into concrete. It increased the strength of the concrete by 20%. And California has built their first bridge out of this material. Now, out in Oregon, that's important. Out west, it's important. In California, because of earthquakes, they can reduce the weight, increase the strength, and increase carbon sequestration in those bridges. There's no reason that we can't advance with all building materials by making sure that we kind of create opportunities to bring this here to Georgia. So we see a tremendous opportunity across the labor side, across the environmental story that we have to tell, and then more importantly, creating just beautiful spaces for people to live. In places where these buildings have built, they are attracting high-tech clients to be in them. They want to be in these types of spaces. In this T3 building, it was an AJC about a week and a half ago. Facebook is looking at moving their Atlanta team into this building. And by no coincidence, this is right next to Georgia Tech. So these are the types of things for us that fit a lot of the check boxes that we want when we're talking about development, we're talking about jobs, we're talking about the environment, and we're talking about supporting existing industries in the state of Georgia, and also reducing the cost of development and doing it in a sustainable way. It tells a lot of great stories for us. So we want to really make sure that as we look at mass timber, that we have everything we need in the state. We have a ton of construction, we have a ton of lumber, that we encourage both manufacturers to move here that can make these products. And I'll show you what those look like real quick. By pulling forward the international building codes, and these are what those products look like. There are a variety of different products that are all called mass timber. But with that, I'll hand the microphone back. Thank you so much, Chairman Watson.
All right, thank you, Andres. Anybody got anything on that? All right. Well,
One quick question. Just you talking about the renewability and the sustainability of the product. The credit union out in Oregon that you looked at, 156,000 square feet. How long did they tell us it would take for the forest to regenerate the amount of lumber that was used in that building?
46 minutes.
46 minutes.
That's how long it takes to grow all that for a massive building, really. So we can build as many of these as we want. We're never going to run out of wood, especially in this state.
All right, good deal. Well, thank y'all. Oh, sorry, Chairman Powell.
All right, so in order for our part in the legislature to advance this technology in Georgia, what do you think we need to do to make this a reality?
I think one of the most important things we can do is pull forward the international building codes. At our current rate, we'll adopt those in 2024. It's a long time for a developer to wait to be able to build their buildings. Now, this building in Atlanta that I showed you was built, but Hines Development built it, and they said they would have loved to go up higher. I think it's only 6 or 7 stories, if I'm not mistaken. But in that space in Midtown, you really need to be higher. They're able to build that one because of the technology in there, the wood technology. They can attract high-end clients, but they would have liked to have gone longer. So the International Building Code would be the very first thing for us, I think, to focus in on to advance that forward. The other component is, we've seen that in states and in regions where the developers know what they're doing, the engineers know what they're doing, they're comfortable with mass timber, the construction companies know what they're doing. In those cases, they can look at a project and actually make that project cheaper than steel or concrete. So it makes it competitive. We don't have that yet in Georgia. Most of our developers, the folks that built that building in Midtown, the team that put that together, and the wood that was in there, the wood came from Austria and it came from I think Idaho or Montana. The construction team came from the Pacific Northwest as well. So that's what we want to change is let's make that Georgia labor, let's make that Georgia wood that's manufactured in a facility here in the state. And so I think that we're close to that, but if we can look at ways that may incentivize those first few buildings, and I think that a great example is the type of construction that we see happening on state facilities, technical colleges, dorms that are built at UGA, Georgia Tech, Valdosta State, wherever it may be. Those are the great first mover opportunities that we can see throughout the state. And, we also saw we saw when we were in Oregon, we saw warehouses or warehouse type construction, if you will. That could be great for distribution center. We saw residential. We saw commercial, both large and small. So we saw all the different levels. One of the things that we didn't see was actually a firehouse that's made out of mass timber. The firemen said, we want to be in a wood constructed building, which, the first question that, folks always say, is it safe? If firemen are willing to sign up for that, they will. And the governor of Arkansas has been extremely proactive. Every single request that comes across his desk for a new building that receives any state funding, he is saying, I will fund this if you build it out of mass timber. Walmart's building their new headquarters campus, multiple buildings in Arkansas out of mass timber. Google is doing a development about the size of Atlantic Station in Toronto, I think it's Toronto, also out of mass timber, something like 14 buildings on reclaimed land. So there are ways where we can push and nudge, I guess, to get that momentum going, to hopefully make this easier for the private sector to take over and let the market make that decision.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you
Appreciate
so much.
it. Yep. Well, next, I have the honor of introducing not only a good friend of mine, but a fraternity brother of mine and a great American. Next, we've got Russ Goodman. We've kind of heard from the forestry folks just now. We've heard from the Department of Ag, and we kind of just wanted to get a local perspective from some local farmers. And Russ has been doing a lot of things to try to promote agriculture and do things for agriculture. So they're going to come up in just a minute, I think, and talk to us. And him and Mr. Bud Childs. So
Come on down.
come on down. We've got Cogdale in the house.
Go ahead and just play it now. Okay.
I'll tell you this, we cannot lose the American family farm. If we lose the American family farm, we're lost the heart and soul of our country. We can't allow that to happen. American farmers, folks living in rural communities across this country that are farming, producing food and fiber, it's what allows the people in the cities and suburbs to live a non-agrarian lifestyle. And all of us have a shared history in American family farming. In 1800, 83% of the people lived on farms. And so it's their cousins that stay on the farm and continue to grow things and produce things that allow them to go live in the cities and has a huge impact on our country nationally. And that's what we've got to preach. We've got to preach that we're all in this thing together. We as Americans are all in this fight together to leave the world a better place. And part of leaving the world a better place is leaving our children a safe and abundant and secure food supply for the future. And when we export that to other countries, we become dependent upon other countries for our food supply. We're leaving our children less safe than we were. And shame on us if we allow that to happen. God gave us land, God gave us air, and He gave us water. And He gave us the breath of life. And He put that into a human being, and that human being decided to farm for a living. And he took a risk, or she took a risk, and planted a seed, and planted a plant, and grew a crop. And without what God gave us, and without that human being, that farmer, taking that risk, none of the wealth that gets created, that $1 trillion that goes into the American economy every year, it starts and it begins. And it is dependent upon the American farmer planting his seed, or planting the plant, and growing that crop.
Sam, this is a long way from the Alpha Gamma Roadhouse, isn't it? Well, guys, thank you all for having me. Proud to be here. I just want to start out and tell you I'm a 7th generation Georgia farmer. So my family, I've heard the stories from going back to the Depression, even before that, and through the farm economy collapse of the 1980s, of what Georgia farmers and Georgia farm families have been through. And so it's through that prism that my worldview is kind of comes about. But, in this country, the American farmer is struggling. I just want to read some facts to you right quick. In 1980, the American farmer received 31 cents of the American food dollar. Today it receives only 14.6 cents. Farmers have one of the highest suicide rates of any occupation in the country. Farm debt is as high as it's been since the farm economy collapsed in the 1980s. Farm loan delinquency rates have increased for 24 straight quarters. The American farmer represents some of the strongest yet the most fragile communities in our country. And these communities cannot survive without the American farmer or the Georgia farmer. I say that about where the farmer is at currently. And I'm not going to call out the names, but these are some of the big ag companies that we deal with. This is their 2017 corporate profits. $2.15 billion, $2.26 billion, $2.3 billion, $1.68 billion, $1.59 billion, 2.13, 1.5, and it just goes on. All the while, net farm income is half of what it was in 2013, and adjusted for inflation, net farm income is the lowest that it's been in 15 years. So I'm a blueberry farmer. I farm blueberries in Clinch County, Georgia. Blueberries are a huge part of our economy. We've got timber, blueberries, and honeybees. Blueberries make up about 35% of the loan portfolio at our local bank. That's what it means to us. That's what it means to our community. And sort of how some of you may have seen some of my Facebook posts that I've done, but it was really out of a sense of desperation and out of exasperation that I have seen blueberry imports from 2010 coming out of Mexico were 1.8 million pounds. And this year it was 63 million pounds. And these are people that are down there, many of them are Americans, but they're down there growing. They have labor costs at $1 an hour. They don't have the regulatory constraints that we do. They don't have to deal with Tier 4 engines and all that. And yet we're competing against them. And I look at what it means to communities all across the Southeast and everything else. And I kind of got, with a little bit of a smartphone and a troubled mind, I started doing Facebook posts, and it all started. We were in the middle of our blueberry season, and my mother-in-law went down to St. Augustine, and she took a picture of some blueberries and sent them back to me. They were Mexican blueberries, and we were in the heart of our growing season. And this is what it said. I just said, berry report from St. Augustine, Florida. Florida and Georgia have been picking blueberries for over a month, and Mexico is still flooding our stores. Our government allowing this to happen is insanity and will eventually be devastating to rural communities across the Southeast, especially in Georgia and Florida. Mexican berries picked with $1 per hour labor. Not trying to beat a dead horse, but Lord, no one else seems to be calling attention to this serious problem facing southeastern fruit and vegetable growers. I hope the America First Committee hasn't forgotten about us Georgia blueberry farmers, by American. And so I started that one post, and then it started resonating with people, and I started having, I'd get 5 or 6 people a day sending me pictures of blueberries in stores everywhere from Iowa to Connecticut to, the Southeast. And so I started posting blueberry, started the berry report. And every day I would have, new, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day I'd post. And so here's one from Waycross, Georgia, the heart of the blueberry district. We're in the middle of blueberry. We've been harvesting for about 6 weeks, but yet in one of our local grocery stores in Waycross, Georgia, it's Mexican blueberries, Bainbridge, Georgia, heart of our season, Mexican blueberries in the store. And so I started just calling attention to it. This is one from Bon Air, Georgia. That's Brother Dan. He's Mexican blueberries. Here's one from Sam Watson. Now this one, I was not just if they were keeping Georgia-grown product or American-grown product, I'd thank them for it. Thank you for supporting the American farm. I've got Sam Watson and Kate Patterson on there. Here's one from Perry White. This is in Baxley, Georgia, right in the heart of the Georgia's blueberry industry. And Georgia's one of the top producing blueberries in the state, by the way. Mexican blueberries. We've been picking blueberries for 4 weeks at this time when this came out. Here is one from a friend of mine that from up in Athens, grocery store. We're at the heart of it, Mexican blueberries. And so it kind of got going, and I started getting 20 and 30 and 40 friend requests a day, and since April, I've gone from about 1,000 friends to about 3,300 out of this on Facebook. And then Brother Sam Watson, Chairman Sam, I'm sorry. He did a post here, and I'm going to read it to you. Following the lead of my fraternity brother and good friend, Russ Goodman, he's been sharing pictures on Facebook to advocate for the American farmer. These squash were found at a major grocery chain in Atlanta this week. 2 problems with this picture. First, these are not crook-neck squash. These are straight-neck squash. Second, and most importantly, these were grown in Mexico and dumped on the U.S. market. U.S. retailers are thrilled to get them because they are cheap and they increase their profit margin. The same day I received this picture after sending truckloads to the food bank, I had to dispose of over 1,000 boxes of squash that I could not sell. Every morning I start my day by spending hours on the phone with produce buyers trying to sell my product, and I get the same answer. No, we don't need any. At least they are honest. They tell me they can get it cheaper from Mexico. What's interesting is the American consumer is still paying the same price at the grocery store. I firmly believe that if American consumers were given the choice between U.S. grown and imported produce, they would choose to buy American. Since Hurricane Michael devastated my part of Georgia in particular, friends from all over the country have asked, how can we help? The best way to support farmers in rural communities right now is to buy U.S. grown. If it is not at your store, request it from the manager. Email corporate. Express your concerns by tagging corporate on social media. Help us by being an advocate and demanding that stores at least give us a chance to be successful. The short-term goal is to save the American farm in our rural communities. The long-term goal is to make sure that we do not become a country that is dependent on others for our food supply. Watch all of our farmers go under, and that is exactly what will happen. And that's another thing that we started bringing to awareness about is all this Mexican produce that's coming in. You know, we know the situation in Mexico is not stable. We know what's going on with the cartels. You see it on the news every day. My wife's great-grandfather had a ranch in Mexico. He moved down there in 1905 in Durango in Chihuahua State and set up raising goats and horses and was mining guano. And I don't know, I'm sure they bought it cheap, but he was down there, just got it going on a profitable basis, and the Mexican Revolution broke out, and he had to leave on the run. He was in a Model T truck with the clothes on his back, getting shot at, trying to get back to the United States. So it is important, and the reason I want to show that video, it is important that we do not export our food security to another country. How would y'all feel about let's contract them with Mexico or Peru for our national defense? You would never think of that, right? That'd be unfathomable. But yet, if we do that with and I saw just 2 weeks ago in the New York Times an article that said in 10 years we'll be importing 75% of our fruits in this country and over 50% of our vegetables. So not only is that leaving all of our children and our grandchildren less secure than we were, but it's also going to decimate rural America and it's going to decimate rural Georgia. And we've got to do something about it. And so all this Facebook stuff got going, and I had a guy call me one day, and one of the retailers had called him. He was a big, he had started following the stuff I was doing, and he was sharing it. And anyway, he had a call from a major retailer asking him to take it down. And I kind of read you what it says. I've got a question for y'all. I received a call today from a man that has a big agricultural page on Facebook. He has shared many of my posts on his page. He said he received a call from a major retailer asking him to take it down. The man asked the person, is the post not true? The guy from the retailer said, no, it's factually accurate. The guy said, well, then I'm not taking it down then. The guy from the retailer said, well, that's not very nice. The gentleman responded, well, buy American-grown produce then. The guy from the retailer responded, hey, this isn't personal, it's just business. And the guy running the Facebook page said, well, it's much more than just business to these growers. My question is this: I haven't been rude or ran anyone down in any of my posts. Anyone who knows me knows that I'd go a million miles out of the way to keep from hurting someone's feelings. But if our government isn't going to do anything about the deluge of foreign produce being dumped in the United States, and we American farmers have only one hope left, and that is to appeal to you, the American consumer, our fellow Americans, to support the American family farm with the power of the purse. And in order to make our case with the American consumer, we have to tell the truth. It may make some people uncomfortable, but by golly, we American farmers are pretty uncomfortable with the current state of affairs ourselves. The only way we can change our current course is to show that there is a problem in the first place. My only purpose is to fight for the future of the American family farm. I believe that the American consumer will stand with us, but we have to be willing to highlight the problem. And if in the course of that it makes a few people uncomfortable, well, then I'm sorry. But I intend to continue to advocate on behalf of the American farmer until my fellow farmers tell me to stop, because in the end, besides my God, my family, and my friends, it's their opinion I'm most concerned with. God bless the American farmer. And so this thing started getting some attention, needless to say. And I just kept on. Here's one on, this is on the anniversary of D-Day. I have a good friend, David in Myra Lake. David's in my co-op. He serves on the board with me. He's a great American. He's a farmer in Brantley County, Georgia. His great uncle is Robert Lee Herron. Robert Lee Herron was killed June 6, 1944, storming the beaches of Normandy. He never made it home, but his brother did. And his brother had children, and his brother's got a grandson, David Lake. So when you buy American, you're not only honoring people like David, but you're honoring the people that come before him, like his Uncle Robert. Don't we owe it to those families? Because the same people, 1 in 3 of all of the soldiers that stormed the beaches of Normandy were American farm boys. And their grandchildren are operating farms today. So it just kept on going, and then it went to Michigan. A guy named Rex Schultz out there, he started doing the Great American Farm Report. And from there, and I'm going to introduce Bud here in a minute, but Bud's taking it to another level. But I wanted to share all that to tell you, I think that was one of the reasons why I got invited to speak, because I have created a profile with this, because it is a problem. It's a problem for all Georgians, and it's a big problem for rural Georgia. I think Sam can tell you all about it. And we have to, and as legislators, I would ask you this. You may have to make some people uncomfortable as well, but I would hope that you wouldn't mind doing that. One of the things that I think that the state can do is, I think every 6th grader in the state should have a food security and U course where they learn where their food comes from and they dispel any myths. They learn how important it is to have domestic agricultural production, what agriculture means to the American economy. They learn about past crises in food security, such as the potato famine, and during World War II, when basically the whole world's agricultural input was knocked out, and if it hadn't been for the American farmland, we'd have had famine across the world. They need to learn the importance of reading labels and buying American. Our children learn the Pledge of Allegiance. They learn the national anthem. These are all things that help to build good as citizens. Can we not agree that teaching them to support their fellow Americans and the American family farm is part of being a good citizen? I think that we should create a scorecard. This may make some people uncomfortable, but as farmers, Sam can tell you, we've got everybody in the world coming and auditing us, food safety. We've got, we got people looking in our closets, I think that we should create a scorecard for the retailers in this state. This would be not calling out anybody bad or good. It would just be a scorecard of the percentage of Georgia-grown products that they're keeping in their stores. And every year, whichever retailer it is, the highest score wins the Georgia Governor's Office Partners in Excellence Georgia-Grown Award. So that would also, I think, would incentivize our retailers to keep more Georgia-grown products in their stores. Media coverage, all that. And lastly, I had a guy in my office yesterday from ABAC, a young kid, and he said that their cafeterias, Sam, correct me if this is wrong, are they not doing about 100% of their food is Georgia-grown? So my question is if David Bridges can do that, why can't we do it in our schools across this state? Why can't we do it in our prisons? Why can't we do it at every university? Why can't we do it at the Coastal College of Georgia? Help Georgians, help Georgia farmers, because, as farmers, most of the money goes back into the economy. I mean, it's you take the Georgia, you take the fruits and vegetables industry in South Georgia. If we lose it to imports, we'll have lost our economy, and we'll lost quite a few of our banks. So I started all this wasp nest that I got to stirring, and Bud Childs here. Bud's a good friend of mine. Bud is a farmer in Tallahassee, Florida. And of course, Florida, we have a roadmap for what happens in the past if nothing is done. In 1994, when NAFTA was enacted, we had 228 tomato farmers in the state of Florida. There's less than 20 today. We have a roadmap for where we're going, and we don't want to go there. We don't want to go there in the Georgia blueberry industry, because our industry is a $400 million impact to the state of Georgia. And so Bud kind of took a hold of this thing, and Bud is the son of U.S. Senator Lawton Childs, Walken Lawton Childs, and governor as well, governor of Florida. And anyway, he's taking it nationwide, and we are now in the process of actually having a grower-funded campaign that's going to include social media and everything else. But I'd like to invite Bud to come up and speak. Bud, you want to come shell the corn for us? Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Russ, and I really appreciate being here with you, the members of the Florida Legislature and directors of associations, community leaders. A quick story about my dad in Georgia. People that knew him well, knew that he was deep in the jug turkey hunter. In fact, he would hunt turkeys while the season was on in Florida, and then move up the state, Georgia, Alabama, all the way up into Tennessee. When he was in Washington as U.S. Senator, he would work down south. So after he had been elected governor, he served 3 terms in the U.S. Senate and decided that the Congress was no longer the place that he wanted it to be. Came back to Florida to retire and be out of politics. Sam Nunn used to say, "Lawton, you were almost cured." He got talked into running for governor, gets elected governor. And so after he's governor-elect, he's on the way up to Georgia to go turkey hunting early in the morning with all of his gear on. And he's coming back, cruising somewhere around 90, 95 miles an hour through South Georgia, because he's trying to get back to appoint the cabinet members. So he gets stopped by a trooper, a local policeman in a little town in Georgia. And he says, my dad tells him, said, you can't hold me here. I've got to go on. I'm the governor-elect of Florida. Shows him his driver's license. And the officer says, I'm going to have to give you a breathalyzer. He said, well, it's 8:30 in the morning. I don't think I'm. So he called the media. The media came. It was a big story. We didn't I was one of the co-managers of the campaign. We didn't let him drive anymore after that. But he got a call from Joe Frank Harris, the governor, and he said, "Lawton, I am so embarrassed. I am so sorry about that." He goes, "Well, Governor, we'll be looking for you when you come through Florida. Trust me." So as a 17-year-old, 16, 17-year-old, in the famous walk that he made across the state, I got to participate in that up close and personal, because whenever I got in trouble in high school, my mom would send me up to walk with him across the Panhandle. And the walk was successful. Sam Nunn always told a story. It's a good friend of ours that, they tried to have a guy walk against him in the state of Georgia in one of his re-elections. And he goes, the guy that forgot the fact that, my dad's campaign, that, he had a lot of publicity about it. But, the guy went down in the piney woods of Georgia and was never heard again. But I got into, I've been around, politics and governance and public policy my whole life, and represented a lot of large campaign, a lot of issues and corporations on issues from nationally on natural gas fired vehicles, where I worked with Boone Pickens and the California folks and the New York folks trying to get municipal governments to buy natural gas fired vehicles. Worked with Waste Management on the early recycling programs. In fact, Tallahassee was one of the sites, my hometown, where they started recycling with waste management. Helped Apple Computer to sell computers into schools. But I have never worked on an issue as important as the one that I'm involved in right now. And you know, Russ's story is such a great story about American Farmer. And I'm so glad that he got to share some of that with you because, you know, multi-generational, you know, dirt in the boots, patriotic American, supporting his local community, hiring people. It's very important in the economic stream with all of the supplies and all of the equipment that he buys. And then his advocacy on the part of farmers. And the fact is that what we've got to do now on a national basis, and we've got Georgia and Florida well organized now. We've got commitments from 40 or 50 million pounds of blueberries only, just in the blueberry area, of commitments of funding to move forward and to run a campaign, as Russ mentioned. And the key thing that we're going to do is we're going to empower farmers and growers across the country to tell the story in a powerful way, because most growers are not armed with or aware of the social media tools, the PR, and you know, the community contacts and relationships that Russ knows how to leverage, not just in his community, but around the state. And we're going to train them and teach them to do that by providing professional media trainers to work with them, by hiring the most creative minds in social media posting and in websites and in videos and you know, all of those tools that come with setting up platforms. And now, thanks to social media, we have the ability to penetrate multiple markets of people that will support agriculture. It's not just the chefs and the foodie people or the people that are interested in farm table. Those people are important. It's moms that are concerned about food safety for their children. It's law enforcement people that are concerned about illegal products coming across the border, people and drugs and things like that. And that is happening, and we read about that every day. It's business people who are concerned about you know, the economic losses that could happen, and people in the rural community that are concerned that if the farm goes away, the rural community goes away. It's such a broad range of people that we're going to be able to target and reach. And so organizing people at the state level, I was in Michigan just a few days ago. I met with a group of about 65 growers there, and they have just been waiting for someone like me and someone like us to come along and give them a game plan, and because Michigan is the largest blueberry producing state in the country, 100 million pounds of fruit, and they are absolutely getting killed by Peruvian exports coming in. You know, and as a grower, I mean, when I got into this, because I've been in, as I said, doing public relations and representing corporations for a long time, and I've been a grower a short time, but I can't believe a system that we're involved in where we go to a marketer and the marketer takes our product, and I'm thinking, well, it's good faith, they're going to sell my product. Well, that same marketer is buying a lot of fruit from Mexico and or from Chile and Argentina and competing with me in my fresh season. So, you know, we used to call that a conflict of interest. I mean, you're representing somebody and you're working with somebody that's competing with us, and they're doing it at $1 an hour, and we're paying $13 or $14 an hour. You know, that's this part of the system we're caught up in. So I'm being farmed. The American farmer is being farmed for profits. It's not us making the money. You know, I at the end of the season, this last season, I was getting paid under $3 a pound for organic blueberries that I grow. And I'm looking at in the store them selling for $5.99 and more in a 6-ounce clamshell, which is $17 or $18 a pound. So I'm making under $3, and it's being sold for $17. Someone is making the money, and it's the marketer and the grocer that are working together. And the consumer has to be educated, because we've got to make them aware that if they don't see what's going on and support, you know, a local grown product, they're going to buy a product from Peru or Mexico or Colombia. It's going to be a lot. The shelf life is not going to be there. It's going to come with all these other issues, and the unthinkable could happen that if we don't educate them about them, as Russ said, we could lose our food supply. So we have an incredibly powerful ally that we're going to wake up, which is the American consumer and the community groups across the board that we will organize and that we will provide tools with, and they will call out put pressure on the grocers. And this is how we're going to affect this. We're not going to be effective right now in Washington, D.C., but I can tell you that give us a year or 2 years organizing the American farmer around the country, and we're going to North Carolina, we're going to New Jersey, we're going to California. This story is not just blueberries. This story is produce across the board, whether you're a pepper grower or you're a strawberry grower, you're a tomato grower, or other commodities. This same process of buying low and selling high and selling out the American farmer is going on all over the country, and it's going to stop. We're going to restore the position that the American farmer belongs in, which is an absolutely essential part of the fabric of the communities. So what is going on at the state level, what you all can think about doing, and I've had some very direct conversations with members in Florida and other states and our agricultural commissioner about truth in labeling, for example. For us to be effectively educating the consumers, they've got to be able to understand when they get to their grocery aisle, is this product from Peru, Colombia, Mexico, Canada, or is it American product? Is it grown, in my area, in my region? And they can't tell now. I mean, they're sending product across. Distributors are sending product in vast amounts across the border, unpacked. It gets packed in someplace like Watsonville, California, and then it's puts on packed in the United States, Driscoll, Dole, and consumers, hey, it's product in the United States. Well, our states can get involved in that and say, no, that's not truth in labeling. We've got to get in very, very clear terms. The consumer's got to know where this product comes from, and maybe even what date it was picked on. And there's no reason why at the regional level we can also look at our law enforcement people, our attorney generals can look at the issue of, if there are illegal substances coming across, then maybe there needs to be some inspection and some involvement on the part of the state level that we have the right to be able to stop that if it's coming into our communities, and that is in fact happening. So there are some things that really can be done today. But we all, if we're not farmers, then we need to be advocates for the American farmer, as Russ shared. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I think you watch. I think that in the next 12 months or 24 months, we're going to build a really much more powerful voice for the American farmer, not just on this issue of foreign imports, but also on other trade issues and on pricing issues and on labor issues that are going to continue to be risk factors for American agriculture. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Hold on just a minute there, Bud. I don't know if anybody's got any questions for you or Russ before we go on. Does anybody got anything for Russ or Bud?
Just a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Just like a comment, same thing I said when we was in Jasper. If everybody would get on Facebook and just accept friends with Russ and like and share his post. If you do nothing else, his and Sam's post. I think it's about educating the consumer, and that's where we've got to win this war.
That's exactly
and thank you for what y'all doing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, next we've got Dan Bremer, who's president of AgWorks. Known Dan a long time. He's, I hope we need him in business for a long time, but after hearing from Russ, I don't know if we'll need Dan anymore, but no, Dan, when it comes to farm labor and getting people here to harvest these crops in a legal way, in the correct way, Dan is the man in charge of that and does a great job of that, and is just going to kind of talk about that, maybe some things that we can help in that area. Dan?
His name was William Tecumseh Sherman. That's General William Tecumseh Sherman. And William Tecumseh Sherman had just come off of a victory in Vicksburg, Mississippi with his friend Ulysses S. Grant. And at that point, General Sherman took his 60,000 troops and headed towards Atlanta. In the summer of 1864, William Tecumseh Sherman burnt down Atlanta. And he put this statement out, that he was going to march to the sea. And that march to the sea was to try to convince the civilian population of Georgia to become disinterested in the Confederacy, to try to demoralize the state. So he took his 60,000 troops on a 60-mile wide rampage where he burned all the buildings. What they couldn't eat or carry off, they burnt or shot, killed, whatever. And that lasted for 2 months until they got to Savannah. During that period of time, there were virtually no Confederate soldiers in Georgia. They were all up in Tennessee fighting in other places. All that was there were women and children that General William Tecumseh Sherman burnt their houses down, their barns down, killed their cattle, took all the stores out of their barns and so forth. And those women and children were still able to inflict 2,100 casualties on that 60,000 person army. Let's jump now to the summer of 1997. And the agent in charge of the Atlanta INS, which is now ICE, put this statement out, that he was coming across Georgia like Sherman, and he was going to take the illegal aliens here off of those farms. Now, at that time, there was probably 90% of the farm labor were illegal aliens. So the head of the INS, on May the 16th, 1998, amassed his arsenal of people and equipment in Metter, Georgia. He had white buses with little green stripes around them, several of those. They had several black SUVs with blacked out windows. They had a great number of white SUVs with Border Patrol signs on them, and they also had dozens of agents dressed in fatigues, carrying Glock 9s, multiple ammunition conveyances, and that all amassed on the 16th of May, 1998. Early the next morning, the white buses, the black SUVs, the white SUVs, the dozens of armed with flak jacket on, jack-booted agents headed towards farms in Vidalia, Georgia, right in the middle of their harvest season, right in the middle of the time that they could make their living on those farms. So I thought it was pretty appropriate that he talked about General William Tecumseh Sherman marching to the sea, and he was going to march across Georgia. Now, at that point in time, when they left the early morning hours of the 17th of May, 1998, the agent in charge of the INS office in Atlanta made a very strategic error. His arsenal showed up at the farm of one Robert Dasher. Robert Dasher is about 6'4". He wears a white hat all the time, wavy black hair at that time, it's white now. So when this arsenal showed up on Robert Dasher's farm, drove onto his farm, buses running over his onions, Robert Dasher got out of his truck and stood right there in front of that arsenal, and he said, "Get the hell off my farm." And he meant it. They stopped. Now, Robert Dasher can talk the bark off of a tree. So while he was out there talking to the agents, standing in front of this arsenal, pretty much by himself, fortunately his brother Gerald called Senator Paul Coverdell and Congressman Jack Kingston. And Senator Coverdell and Congressman Kingston got on the line with somebody in Washington pretty high up. And a few hours later, the edict came down from Washington to stop that operation that's sweeping across Georgia, taking all those illegal aliens, and that operation stopped. The agent in charge turned the white buses around, turned around those black SUVs, the agents in boots and armor and Glock 9s, and they went back to Metter. 2 days later, there was a truce between the farmers and the INS. And that truce said that the INS would not, this year, come back to any farm in Georgia on a surprise raid like they'd been doing. The farmers agreed, that what they would do is to try to do better. In the trying to do better, the only thing available to them was something called the H-2A program. The H-2A visa program allows a farmer to bring workers in from a foreign country if they can't find enough legal U.S. workers to do that job. So a group of farmers in Georgia enlisted the H-2A program. That program means that you pay higher wages than anybody else. You give them free housing. You pay their way here from the foreign country. You pay their way back. You take them to town on Sunday because they have no transportation, and you provide all of that. All of that adds up to a very sizable investment by these farmers. So, in order to avoid the agent in charge in Atlanta from the INS, they went to the H-2A visa program. Almost immediately, these farmers were being sued by the Georgia Migrant Legal Aid people. These are government-funded attorneys who are basically funded to sue farmers. And so they started suing the farmers. Why were they suing farmers? Because their philosophy was that they wanted amnesty for the illegal aliens who are here now. They did not care about this H-2A program because it was a viable program that would give you legal, sustainable workforce when they wanted illegal aliens with amnesty. So they started suing the farmers, never won in court. A judge never ruled that anything these farmers were doing was illegal. However, it cost them millions of dollars to fight these lawsuits. And they did fight those lawsuits, and they stood up to the legal aid people, formed an association to fight them with, and now those farmers are still standing and they're still going after they got the H-2A program. The next thing that happened to farmers in Georgia happened from y'all. The legislature of Georgia in 2011 passed the E-Verify program, the Georgia State E-Verify program. So what was that about? So that program said that if you had 10 or more workers on the 1st of January of any one year, you were obligated to E-Verify. Now, it wasn't really enforced. Not much happened from the state's part, but here's what did happen. The illegal aliens who used to come to Georgia from Florida or wherever they came from didn't come to Georgia. As a matter of fact, if they were in Florida and they were going to North Carolina, they went through Alabama and Tennessee. They did not drive through Georgia. That's a fact. So everything rocked along pretty good. Right now, we have 71,000 hand harvest workers in Georgia, 32,000 of which are H-2A visa holding workers. So the farmers in Georgia withstood the assault from General William Tecumseh Sherman. They stood up to and thwarted the assault by the INS out of Atlanta. They stood up to the legal services, lawsuits still going. They stood up to the E-Verify program in Georgia, and they're still going. So how can you help on labor in Georgia? I can't tell you how bad the situation on labor really is, because although farmers have a program, the H-2A program, where they can legally get workers, it's very expensive, and it doesn't really help some farmers. I'll give you an example. Russ Goodman, a great American, is in the blueberry business. The harvest season for blueberries is 4 or 5 weeks. You get it out of your field in 4 or 5 weeks, or you don't do it. Now, the H-2A program, you pay their way up here, you pay their way back, you pay $11.13 an hour, you give them free housing, free rides to town. For a 5-week season on a blueberry is almost impossible to do. So what happened in the past was, as these larger growers became H-2A growers, that freed up a lot of, I don't want to call them illegal aliens, we call them just workers. if you ask a farmer, well, where do those workers come from? He'll say, oh, those are just workers. So we call them just workers. So those just workers who used to work at these big farms, when they went to H-2A, that freed those people up to go to the littler farms and go other places. Until now, they're gone, and everybody's going to have to make a choice here on going to H-2A or doing something else. Hopefully there's still some business left there. So here's how you can help. Every housing unit that has an H-2A worker in it is inspected by the state of Georgia, the Department of Labor. You can help by indicating to that department that they should do a better job of more timely inspections of that housing. They can do a better job of looking at that housing and make sure that it's correct, because if they say it is correct and it really isn't, when the U.S. Department of Labor wage and hour comes in, they'll decide whether it's correct or not, and they can still fine you even though Georgia said it was all right. The other thing they can do is they can indicate to the fire marshal and some of these other building code people in Georgia that they really don't need a sprinkler system in these barracks. And because they're there for a short period of time, they come in, they live there, and they're gone. So there's some other areas you can help. One last area on housing you can help is in short seasons, they can't always afford to build government-inspected housing just for 5 weeks. And so they put them in hotels and motels and so forth. Now the federal government is demanding that those have an inspection and they pass certain standards. The Georgia Department of Health inspects hotels and motels. They could, if they were needed to, come down and inspect that hotel, certify that hotel, and then give that to the grower so they can send that in to the U.S. Department of Labor. Number two, a person here on a H-2A non-immigrant visa is allowed to drive on their Mexican driver's license. Just like anybody here on a non-immigrant man or a tourist, whatever, can drive on that license. Our workers are being stopped all over Georgia by all kinds of folks saying that their license is no good. They think they're illegal aliens, and therefore, as soon as they cross the border, the license is no good. So it would help if you got together with the Department of Public Safety and got that information out to all the little local communities about that driver's license for an H-2A visa-holding worker that's just here trying to work and harvest our crops when nobody else will, actually has a legitimate driver's license. The third thing has to do with the fact that the H-2A program is predicated on the fact that we hire all local workers who want to apply. Now, in the past, we advertised in the Atlanta Journal, all kinds of other newspapers like that, and we hardly ever got any replies. Well, the government now has not mandated we do that, but that we put it on social media. And if you put that advertisement on social media, all that millennial has to do when they're in the basement living with their parents is look on the internet and push that button. It says, well, I'm interested in that job. Now, everybody who pushes that button now has to be contacted by the farmer. I predict hundreds of applications like that where they just push the button. The Department of Labor could help us clear those people, whether they're actually eligible for our jobs or not. The last thing that you can do is to be a source of information for our U.S. Congress. Our U.S. Congress, they look to you. I mean, some of you are out there shaking your heads thinking they're lost. That's a lost cause. Well, some of them are, not all of them. They need for you to tell them about all these problems you've heard this morning that maybe they can help you, the state of Georgia, to overcome some of these problems. The Senate, the Cabinet, we have a Cabinet member from Georgia, Sonny Perdue, and you can certainly contact him about something called the USMCA. The USMCA is going to put us all out of business because there's no provisions in the USMCA for blueberries, for Georgia peaches, for cucumbers in Georgia, for peppers in Georgia, all the commodities you're trying to get these schools to participate in, there's nothing in USMCA about it. And like Russ Goodman, who's a very truth-telling person today, out of all the people that have been here this morning, Russ Goodman told the truth better than anybody else, and he's trying to do something about it. So you have to admire a guy like Russ Goodman, a great American. There's other areas. We just had a 2-hour presentation on forestry. Do you know who plants trees in the state of Georgia? It is H-2B visa holding workers. Now, without H-2B visa holding workers, very few trees get planted across the United States. The H-2B program is under siege because last year there were 250,000 applicants for that program and only 66,000 slots. So only 1 in 4 employers actually got their workers. We need that to change in Congress, but they are unwilling to do anything up there. They would rather see American businesses go out of business than to just increase that H-2B visa program in any way they can. Poultry production, every day I get a call from a poultry producer somewhere, Dan, can you find workers for me? Can the programs that you administer bring workers to a poultry plant? They cannot. These do not apply to poultry plants. They're looking for workers every day. I just heard this morning they're putting a new poultry plant in somewhere. Where are they going to get those workers from? The rest of them in the state can't find workers, so where are they going to find that? And so reforestation, poultry, and then vegetable packing houses also use the H-2B program. So these are some of the barriers that we have. In some ways, I hope I've articulated where the state legislature can help us out and have workers in Georgia to harvest the crops that we all need. And a lot of people in Georgia use that program. Thank you for inviting me over here today. I appreciate taking your time to hear this out. And hopefully we haven't painted too bad a picture. So do you have any questions?
Any questions? All right.
Getting close to lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, no, thank you, Dan. Appreciate
you.
you bringing those points to us and giving us some things to work on. All right. And I should have mentioned it earlier, but we do have lunch today. So I encourage all the members of the council and the members in the audience that want to stick around for lunch. The students here have prepared a very nice Georgia-grown lunch for us. So next we've got a solar panel or solar power panel with Commissioner Jason Shaw, Brad Carver, and Bill. Okay, yeah, Bill's here. Y'all come on down and we'll try to talk about some solar panels.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Bill. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, too. Well, I'll get things started. Thank you, Chairman Watson, and it's really good to be with all of y'all, all my friends, and especially those that have stuck around for the best panel at the end of the day. Good to be here with my great American friend, Russ Goodman, too. But thank y'all for the opportunity. What I want to talk about and get started is just kind of talk about what we've done at the Public Service Commission, particularly this year with regards to solar and what the future looks like, and also touch on kind of where we've been. You know, Georgia is known as one of the leading solar states now, and all that has happened over the last few years, starting with the 2010 IRP, Integrated Resource Plan, approved by the Public Service Commission. There was a small amount of solar that was issued then. And then in 2013 IRP, some more. 2016, Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, there was around 525 megawatts added in. Actually, 1,600. 500 was the one before, and then 1,600 megawatts of solar was added in 16. And then this year, in June, we voted on the 2019 Integrated Resource Plan, which is the 3-year update to Georgia Power's energy plan, where we decide what that energy mix is going to be for the next 3 years. And we've added 2,210 new megawatts of solar in the 2019 IRP. 2,000 of those, so most of it is what we call utility scale, which is the large scale solar, which are the bigger deployments, developments, which is really where the utilities favor, because that's where you get the best bang for your buck in terms of scale. to give you an idea of what the cost looked like for that, some of the early solar deployments, probably, I think one of the first was in Chairman Powell's area in Mitchell County. There was 50 megawatts? And the cost of that to generate that electricity was about 13 cents a kilowatt. Now, what we're expecting on this next round of proposals to come in from this 2019 allotment, we're expecting them to come in as low as around 3 cents a kilowatt. So that tells you how much more affordable this solar has become as cost of the equipment has gone down and the technology has gotten better and better. The number of acres to generate a kilowatt is much lower now. It's probably around 5 acres or so, give or take, which is a lot less land that you need to produce it. So it's there's a lot going on. You're going to see a lot more solar over these next 3 or 4 years, and it's going to be good. It's clean energy. It's affordable. But just like anything else, any other power, there's not a perfect source of power. There's always challenges with everything, and I think that's why it's important that we're here today to not only talk about all the pros and the win-win situation that it is and can be for rural communities, since we're here to talk about rural development. Solar truly is a positive thing for our rural communities. When the first solar projects were coming online, the Public Service Commission never mandated, and we still don't, where these deployments are going to be located. But where they have, most of them have been located is from, the Butler and Twiggs County, that area where there's some big solar projects, and south. And the reason for it is that's where the flatter the land, the better, the lower cost of the land, the better for the developers. That equals lower cost to the utility, which equals lower rates for ratepayers and consumers. So it's been a big plus, but at the same time, solar is not the answer for everything. There are groups out there, like when we were, there was a record number of interveners, 24 interveners in this last IRP that we went through, and a lot of those are groups that wanted us to do 12,000 new megawatts of solar, which is, 70-80% of the whole system. That's just not, doesn't make sense at all. Solar is great from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the days when the sun is shining bright. But what happens at 5:30 and 6 when people come home from work on those, particularly those July and August hot days, they turn the thermostat down and get it cooler and whatever, turn on the stove and everything else, and that's when we hit peak demand in terms of our usage. So there's a lot coming online now with battery storage, the same kind of technology that you're seeing with the Tesla type batteries and all, the lithium ion, that kind of technology is kind of where the solar panels was years ago in terms of right now the costs are real high, and hopefully as the technology increases and the cost will come down, that'll become more of a perfect marriage, so to speak, for solar, because you'll be able to take that intermittent power and make it last longer through that high peak demand period. But solar has been great for these rural communities. Another reason it's good, obviously landowners, it gives landowners an option for some of their land that might not be producing and making enough. So it's an option for them because these are pretty lucrative contracts that they get if they're awarded, if the developer they partner with ends up getting the bid from the utility, because these are all bid-driven, market-driven approaches. And that's one thing that really separates the way Georgia has done solar from some of the other states. And I'm not just trying to talk about the difference between California and Georgia. We know what those vast differences are, but I mean even some of our neighboring states like North Carolina that we compete with so often. The commission there basically came in and put a price on what these developers were going to have to pay, and right now the cost that they're paying is much higher as far as what the ratepayers are paying for that power generated by solar. What we've done in Georgia is it's been a true market-driven approach where the low bid wins. So that's been great for the consumers and the ratepayers, because that's why we're starting to see these low costs of solar. Brad Carver represents the Large Scale Utility Association, and Bill Toomey, that is a good friend of mine, that was from my part of the state is with ACCG, and they're going to talk more about some of the challenges that we're seeing and why it's important that we get this right now in terms of local ordinances and different things like that, decommissioning, what's that going to look like in the future. But I will say that that solar has also, another win for solar has been what it's done to the tax base in a lot of our rural communities. Most of us understand the tax base in rural counties has been very, very limited. You don't have much of a sales tax base, so majority of the tax is collected by the property owners and the ad valorem taxes. And so you take a county like Mitchell County or Sumter County or Brooks County, where there's been a lot of big projects, and normally you're taking a tract of land that was either in CUVA or FLIPA or one of those covenant programs where it's where the landowners get the break. And so you're taking that piece of property and putting it into something like solar and being taxed on a value that's obviously much, much higher, because these are very expensive, these panels and these inverters and everything. So it's been a real big win-win for those rural counties and the taxpayers there. But like I said, it's not all win-win. It's great. Georgia's in a great position with the disciplined approach that the commission has taken. But we've got to talk about the future with regards to what this is going to look like down the road. And with that, I will stop what I'm doing and turn it over to Mr. Brad Carver.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. My honor to be with you all today. Originally from South Georgia, born in Valdosta, and my mom's family's from Ware County, and my dad's family's from Irwin and Ben Hill counties. So it's great to be down here south of the Nat line. So this is, in fact, a lot of folks in my family say that we're Yankees now that we live in Atlanta, but I'll always have my heart in South Georgia. So glad to be here, and I'll do a shout out to our folks up in Brunswick. My law firm has offices all over the state, but we've got one in Brunswick, and that's where my uncle, who was a longtime Waycross police officer, once he left there, he became a firearms instructor at FLETC, and FLETC is a big resource for this state, and hopefully we continue to see that mission expand. So thanks for having me here today. I grew up in the electric industry. My dad was an electrical engineer, industrial engineer from Georgia Tech, from Ocilla, Georgia, Irwinville, Georgia. Yes, sir. Thank you. And we're real proud of that. He worked at Georgia Power Company for 46 years, so I kind of grew up with the electric industry as part of who I was, and it put me through school, and I will always have that love. And frankly, I started in the electric industry myself back in 1998. Went to work at Alston & Bird for a man named Cliff Adams, who created the Municipal Electric Authority of Georgia. Was their longtime general counsel and was one of my chief mentors, along with Bob Middleton from Albany. And it's been a pleasure to work with Electric Cities and MEAG throughout my career as well. So I got my start in renewable energy actually doing biomass work. And Georgia, if we talk about Georgia, it is the Saudi Arabia of biomass potential around the world. And so I'm very proud that part of this IRP included 100 megawatts for biomass, 50 megawatts of biomass in the state as well. And so we're going to continue to see that sector grow. But Commissioner's already said this, what we've seen in Georgia, and truly what separates Georgia from the rest of the country, is that we waited on deploying solar. So we can thank our friends in Germany and I'll just collectively call them the blue states, California and others, that implemented renewable portfolio standards where they forced the ratepayer to take renewable energy, mostly at way above avoided cost situations. And what that meant was that you had this huge deployment of solar all across the country, particularly in California. And so the technology has continued year after year getting better and better and better. You heard the commissioner say this. Back in the before the 2013 IRP, solar was priced around 18 to 19 cents a kilowatt hour. And it's been declining. And I will challenge the commissioner on this. We will see these utility scale bids come in this last RFP I think well below 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, obviously, that's trade secret what the bid amounts are, but they are significantly below Georgia Power's avoided cost. And what that means is that every kilowatt hour of solar that's brought onto the grid lowers all ratepayers' costs across the whole state. So when you talk about something that's a win-win-win, that's what we're seeing in Georgia. Georgia did it very patiently. Commissioner Shaw's predecessor, Doug Everett, along with Vice Chairman Tim Eccles and Chairman Bubba McDonald, did a measured approach, and it has worked out well. And I can tell you from going to the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners meetings, the commissioners around the country brag on Georgia. They want to emulate Georgia. He mentioned North Carolina. North Carolina has realized their mistake, and they've now implemented a program in Georgia, or in North Carolina, to match what Georgia has done. We just saw the same thing to our south in Florida. Florida procured 4 gigawatts more of utility-scale solar in Florida. So we're seeing a lot of states now try to match what Georgia has done. So I'll say that, and I colloquially call it red state solar, but that's really truly what it is. It's competitive bid. It's all done to the benefit of the ratepayer, and frankly, all those ratepayer savings are passed on to ratepayers across the state. So there's no mandates, and there's no state subsidies, but we've allowed the technology to develop to the extent that it actually benefits people across the state. So I'll say this, that what we're seeing with Georgia Power, with Oglethorpe and our EMCs, and with MEAG Power as well, is that we're going to see a lot of future deployments. You see these up on the screen. I will note that MEAG Power is procuring 300 megawatts of utility scale. We also have the EMCs are 350 megawatts of utility scale and 50 megawatts of DG. And then as the commissioner has already said, this is the numbers that are coming in. 2 gigawatts of utility scale and 210 megawatts of distributed generation, and that's over the next 3-year time horizon. We do see a preference for utility scale because it is vastly below avoided cost. The distributed generation is still below avoided cost. These are the smaller projects, typically 50 to 100 acres, versus a utility scale project, which are always, 1,000 acres and larger. But the benefit what you see with distributed generation is that it spreads that across the whole state. I'll show you in a slide here. Let me go ahead and get to that real quick. This is the distributed generation map of the state of Georgia. And you can probably look up there and see your county on there. These are projects, again, 50, 100-acre type projects. They all come in below avoided cost, and they spread across the entire state. I will, at this point, do a shout out to former Chairman Richard Royal out there, our esteemed former House Ways and Means Chairman. Besides what the Public Service Commission has done, this General Assembly took a huge step with the amendments to the CUVA Act. And thank you, Chairman Royal, for this, because your hard work has made this whole thing happen. But before the legislation, Matt Hatchett's legislation was passed, you suffered a severe breach penalty if you deployed a solar project on CUVA or FLIPA land in the state of Georgia. This legislation changed that. It allows you, as the commissioner said, to be able to deploy solar facilities on your land. You have to pay fair market value for the area that's taken out of CUVA, but you do not pay a penalty for the rest of your land. You can keep that in conservation use. That has been a huge win, because when our solar developers look around the state, over 70% of those projects or potential sites, the best sites, were on CUVA land. So if we didn't make this change, then the economics would have never worked out. You would never have a solar developer coming and approaching a timber owner or a landowner for their properties, because it just wouldn't have worked. So kudos to the state legislature. That Matt Hatchett's legislation passed 162-0 in the House, and it was 49-6 in the Senate. overwhelming bipartisan support, and it is making a huge difference for these solar projects going forward. And I continue to see, and I will tell you, everybody in this room, from now through the next year with all of these projects being bid out, you're going to see a lot of interest all across the state in both distributed generation projects and utility scale projects. I'll get quickly to the numbers. It's pretty massive. So this is what they approved. This is, I will say this, I told you about the benefit to the ratepayer. $800 million of ratepayer savings because of what Commissioner Shaw and the Public Service Commission did. That's going to lower every Georgia Power ratepayer's rates by $800 million because of these solar deployments. Again, because they're coming in well below avoided cost. This is the amount to our $806 million, which are to timber owners and farmers across the state. These are rent payments. These leases are usually done in a 30 to 35 year lease, fixed lease over that entire period. For a timber owner or for a farmer, it adds diversification to their crops. It gives them a steady lease payment, which can certainly help in times of uncertainty with tariffs and the markets. And so it truly has been a huge benefit to our timber owners, which of course we're the #1 timber state in the country, and our $75 billion a year ag industry. And the symbiotic relationship between agriculture, our timber industry, and the solar industry is growing. And I'll say this because I've heard it before. If we deployed, we're up to 5 gigawatts now of solar penetration in Georgia. We're still way behind where there are in California, so there's still a lot of headroom left in the Georgia market. But if we exploited the entire state for every conceivable solar project that would make economic sense, it would still only impact 1% of our timber land and our agricultural land in the state of Georgia. So rest assured, it is not taking prime ag land out of, in most circumstances, prime ag land out of production. And even if it does, it's a very small amount compared to the entire state of Georgia. So our ag industry and our timber industry will continue to thrive. This will be a way that it makes it more economic and makes those industries thrive even more. And then I know our ACCG panelists would like to speak on this too, but the impact to local governments is also enormous. Look at that number that's going to come in, $348 million of tax revenue, as the commissioner said, new tax revenue that's going to come into Georgia local governments. Yes, the vast majority of that will be below I-20. Will be in South Georgia because of where these big utility scale projects locate. But you saw the map of distributed generation projects. Those go across the entire state. And so we're going to see local governments, of course, primarily outside of Metro Atlanta, benefiting immensely from the solar industry. And think about what it does. You don't need to have fire protection or police protection or schools or jails or whatever. It is an infusion to these local government economies that really doesn't require any services from the county. So it's actually been a huge boost. But we also must keep in mind, we've got 159 different counties in the state. The needs in Metro Atlanta are very different than South Georgia. We can't have a one-size-fits-all solution to the solar industry. So you're going to see things in counties in Metro Atlanta being a little different than what you're going to see in South Georgia. And I think we all need to keep that in mind. And I'm going to brag on Sumter County here for a second, where our panelist was formerly a county manager. They did have an ordinance that was prohibitive to the solar industry. It was one that was going to make it very difficult for projects to go forward. They amended it, and if it goes forward, the largest solar project in the entire eastern United States would be 1,100 megawatts, 4,000 acres of solar panels in Sumter County. If this thing goes forward, it will be the most amazing project that has ever happened in the state of Georgia. That beats the Twiggs County project that we just heard about. Twiggs County has a 200 megawatt project, and I will also do a shout out to Mitchell County, Richard Royals Mitchell County, and Chairman Powell's Mitchell County. They are the #1 solar county in the state. They've had the most megawatts of any county in the state. They've now passed Taylor County, and then Twiggs County is #3. But I'll tell you who's coming on strong is Brooks County. Brooks County now has 2 150 megawatt projects for a total of 300 megawatts from NextEra. That's also going to push Brooks County up to the top 5 in the state as well. So we're seeing this, as you heard, this competition among local governments for these projects because they are bring enormous value in terms of ad valorem taxes. So let's see if I can get, I'll go ahead and move forward this. One thing I'll just sum up my comments to say, we do think from an industry perspective that it's important to have reasonable expectations from local governments about how these projects are going to be managed. We worked through a partnership with ACCG, other stakeholders, university stakeholders to work on a model ordinance. Like I said before, one of the problems with that is trying to make a ordinance that works in urban Georgia, suburban Georgia, and rural Georgia work. So I think we have to kind of go in with our eyes wide open that the different parts of the state have different needs, but it is very important to solar development that we have some consistency out there. Generally speaking, I think the counties have done a very good job, and we, of course, as an industry, hope to continue that dialogue because, frankly, Georgia's been the #1 solar state in the country for the last 5 years, and I'd like to continue to see that for the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the invitation to be here, Commissioner and Council as well. Bill Toomey with ACCG. Counties view solar expansion in Georgia in a very positive light, not only for the revenue side, which I'll come back to in just a moment, but for the citizens in the counties to diversify their operations, to have for the citizens, as opposed necessarily to the local governments, revenue streams that didn't even seem possible for those citizens a few short years ago. Very big positive in most rural communities. On the governmental revenue side, I realize I'm preaching to the choir here. You folks are well aware. But in the counties that I've had the privilege to serve in, and now in my capacity with ACCG to consult with and represent in certain areas, oftentimes you see shrinking population, shrinking tax base. Things aren't looking too good in a lot of rural counties in Georgia. This is a breath of fresh air. It's not a panacea, it's a breath of fresh air. And one of the reasons it's going to look a little bit different in each community, city, or county actually has a little political twist to it locally. And that's what actually brought my experience in Sumter County on the decommissioning side was being able to alleviate the community fears, and it was a lack of knowledge, an ignorance, if you will, and that's not spoken derogatorily, it's simply a fact that there is still an education component that needs to go on, and it needs to be, that torch needs to be carried by a number of different entities. But the model ordinance that was just mentioned was a great collaboration. It took place over a period of time, and I actually saw the collaboration itself mature as it went through. There was good two-way communication. It's a lot different to speak with somebody than to speak at someone, and this process was not speaking at, it was speaking with. A lot of people came to the table from a lot of different backgrounds, and is that paper perfect and complete? No. but it is an excellent beginning matrix to use in counties and cities that may not be up to speed on what's coming in their direction. Counties need to be educated from a number of different angles, and I want to speak to the fact that as the process on the model ordinance began to develop, ACCG reached out to the Carl Vinson Institute just before our major conference that year to put together an educational component that could be offered to county commissioners. And I know I've spoken with my counterparts at GMA. They too are partnering with Carl Vinson for the educational component. We actually now give credit as part of our training to county commissioners if they will go through the solar training that's offered through Carl Vinson. Counties, and we've taken advantage of this in the counties that I've served in, counties are also reaching back to the Carl Vinson Institute to do retreats between, for instance, the economic development groups in the communities and the elected officials. This goes back to something that Representative Green spoke to earlier, that needed education component where counties and cities and all governments missed the boat somewhat on the forestry ordinance. We are out ahead of it on solar, I believe, and I think that's going to serve all the targets quite well.
I know it's getting late, but we'd be glad to take some questions. I just wanted to add one more piece, though. I think it's important for the setting and for our rural communities. But Brad touched on the biomass piece, even though we're talking about solar. I did author a motion that we passed during the IRP to add the 50 megawatts of biomass. And the main reason I was working with the forest industry on that, and we tried to do it like we do with solar, with a disciplined approach and not a number so high that we end up getting the cart ahead of the horse. But that's going to be really good for rural communities. And if you take a situation like, I hope we don't have it again, Sam, but because you were affected more than anybody in the room, but with Hurricane Michael, you know, we know how much yellow pine timber is laying on the ground still in southwest Georgia. And with some biomass facilities in your area and in that area, imagine what that would have meant to landowners for that additional resource to get rid of some of that wood and to be able to turn it into energy. And I mean, I've been catching flack from some of the environmental groups over that because they don't consider that clean energy. But what's clean about it laying on the ground like it is now with no value, but it's emitting carbon? What's wrong with taking that and burning it and producing energy? I mean, that's going to be good for rural communities. Albany, PNG and Albany, it's doing well, but why we had to carve out the biomass piece and not put it in with the other renewables like solar is it can't compete with solar when you're talking about these costs we're talking about with large-scale solar now. But by carving it out and doing the 50 megawatts, a small amount, it's going to be a good thing, and it's going to be a competitive bid-focused process that we'll be rolling out next year. So I wanted to add that because that'll be good for some of your communities as well, because that's rural jobs and good for landowners as well.
Questions? All right, Chairman Powell.
I agree that it is a boon for rural Georgia because it does not require the provisioning of services, yet it generates tax revenue. My concern is that these same counties that will be attractive for solar because they need the revenue from ad valorem taxes will not pay attention to the decommissioning in 35 years or whenever it may be, and it may impact the state from that standpoint because what the concerns are, as I hear, is that number one, you've got 4,000 acres of solar panels that have no usefulness at the end of this term, and somebody's got to remove it. I mean, it's in all of these leases that the company has to remove it, but if the company doesn't exist or if it's one LLC that has one project that's going to have no assets once these solar panels wear out. The other concern is that I've heard, and is the leaching of the chemicals and the heavy metals that are involved in this, whether it be cadmium or whatever it is, and that could impact water quality. And I would like to hear a little bit about that, Brad, I think from the industry perspective. But also, you know, when we have mining in the state of Georgia, we let DNR go in and supervise that, oversee the decommissioning, make sure that there's a bond or something posted. And my question is, even though you've worked on a model ordinance, isn't this important enough that we have to take a state provision on this? Otherwise, we're going to have thousands and thousands of acres of abandoned, broken glass all over the state of Georgia. Poor counties that are not getting any tax revenue at that point in time do not have the resources to clean it up if the owner of the solar project doesn't. So I'd like for you to address that.
Sure, absolutely. This is a great question, and this actually was one of the things that came up in Sumter County early on with their ordinance. Sumter County had put in place posting a bond for a solar developer. The problem with that was it basically would take Sumter County out of the competitive game, because the economics of the solar project would then not work if you had to post a bond for the decommissioning cost at the end. And so what was worked out with Sumter County was not to do that. But I think what we heard from Bill is that there really is a little bit of misunderstanding. And so I do want to say this, and I'm going to credit Ryan Sanders, who is our Georgia Beltline Energy. If you all know the Beltline, and if you've ever been to Rathbun Steaks, that's their headquarters building over there. They are a project, or they're a developer that finds sites all over the state of Georgia, and I know Bill has worked with Ryan as well. Ryan, I asked this question to Ryan, and here is the answer from the industry. Solar panels are recyclable. They are able to be recycled. So even if you have a situation where a solar developer goes under for whatever reason, the salvage value of those solar panels, and if we're talking 4,000 acres in Sumter County, that is an enormous salvage value. So when a solar developer enters into a lease with a farmer or a timber owner, they covenant as part of that lease to return the property to its original purpose. So if it was an agricultural land, it will be returned to agricultural uses. If it's a timber land, it will be returned to timber uses. And even if that solar developer were to go under, you could take all of the solar panels that are on there, recycle them, recover the salvage value, and that money will be well more than you need to return that land to its original purpose. And so I do want to say that, because if you required by state law or by local ordinance the solar developer to post those bonds, you're going to make that project uneconomic. I mean, you saw the incredible numbers of these bid prices that come in. If you do something on the local or state level to change that, then all of a sudden it doesn't have the value to the ratepayers that we would see. Or if you're talking local government to local government, if one local government makes a solar developer do it, then the solar developers are just not going to go to that county. Your county of Mitchell County has been very proactive with solar developments. And I, from the industry perspective, I don't think there's a fear about what's going to happen after these 30 or 35-year leases end, because even if something happened, you would be able to take the salvage value and be able to take care of it. Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
I mean, I've read that, but you're talking at current prices. We don't know what's going to happen 35 years from now. So we do not know what the decommissioning cost versus the salvage value will be 35 years from now. As far as the Sumter County and not being able to compete, that's because Sumter County had an ordinance that required a bond. Mitchell County does not. So they can't compete against Mitchell County unless they're all on the same playing field. But if we made a state law that required some kind of bond or some kind of security to make sure that it did that, then every county would be on an equal footing. I'm not proposing that we do it, but I'm thinking that that's something, we don't need to deal with this 35 years from now.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly understand that, and you're right. We don't know what the economics are going to be at that point in the future. And I do think that if something's done and it's a level playing field and everybody's bought into it, I think that, you know, you wouldn't have the Sumter County versus Mitchell County situation because it'd be applied across the state. And so that's good. That's certainly from a consistency standpoint. I just want to make sure that we wouldn't do something at the state level that would make Georgia, which is now, you know, the one of the best solar states in the country, I wouldn't want to do something to make us not competitive vis-a-vis our other neighboring states. And so, but I do think there may be some ways other than a bonding requirement that we could give the assurance to the state and to local governments going forward without making Georgia not a competitive solar state.
Do y'all mind furnishing us with the model ordinance that y'all have developed?
Be glad to. Be glad to. And we have it readily available in electronic form, so that can be sent out as well. First of all, thank you for this dialogue. Thank you for the conversation. It needs to be held, and it needs to continue to be held because I think we all agree that, you know, if you go to the extreme example and say, you know, what was the Commodore 64's salvage value, we look back and, you know, maybe it has more value as an icon now than the salvage value. But I do think there is room, and certainly consider what needs to be considered at the state level. The reason in my opinion, there should be some flexibility at the local level is there are other factors that these companies deal with local governments on, and not that you even want to tackle the idea of payments in lieu of taxes, pilots, if you will, but there can be negotiation at the local level on this issue about decommissioning costs and the indemnity that's involved there when it's combined with pilots. So I think we need to think long and hard before we take the ability of the local governments away with something at the state level that squashes that negotiating ability. While at the same time, Chairman Powell, I think we are going to have to recognize that there's a possibility along the lines of what you just said. Entities change, entities go under. We at the local level, and probably not even at the state level, would not have the resources to monitor all that background revolution over the life of the 25 or 30 years, because obviously probably the same players that agreed to it to begin with are not going to be in place 25 or 30 years later.
I'm good.
Anybody else?
I'm gonna make one comment and I'll turn it back over to our commissioner to close it out. I do want to say from an economic development, I failed to mention this earlier. Georgia is obviously, we all know in this room, the #1 state for economic development in the country. I will tell you that the solar piece is a very big part of that as well. So obviously it's lowering rates, you know, and because we have attractive electric rates, that's important. Y'all may not know this, but the Southern Company CEO put out there that by 2050, Southern Company is going to be going carbon neutral. Now, if you think about that for a second, that will mean 100% of their power will be generated by nuclear, which is, of course, the base load resource, which is absolutely essential to get there, as well as solar, hydro, and then what the commissioner talked about, battery storage technology. So think about that for a second. That will mean that we will not have any emissions for electricity generation in the state of Georgia. Southern Company, Georgia Power, by 2050. So in order to get there, it's going to require significant amounts of solar deployment as well as battery storage deployment. But then what that would offer is that natural gas would then be used for direct use and going forward, and we wouldn't have to worry about the emissions that we would get from coal-fired generating plants. Now again, that's 2050, so that's into the future. The second point I'd like to tell y'all is that our economic development folks will tell you that there's a lot of industries that when they choose to locate in a state, they require 100% renewable energy. That was true with Amazon, that's true with Walmart, that's true with Google, that's true with Facebook, that's true with Switch. And all of those folks, when they located in the state of Georgia, have now been guaranteed 100% renewable energy. In fact, the Facebook project, that was not done through the Georgia Power Commercial Industrial Program. That was actually done through Walton EMC and Green Power EMC. So you're actually seeing MEAG being involved, you're seeing Oglethorpe Power and the EMCs being involved, and you're seeing Georgia Power market the ability to provide 100% solar energy to an entity that wants to locate in the state. And if we don't have those utility scale projects going on around the state, we're not going to be able to offer that power and be able to recruit those very large employers to come to the state of Georgia.
Thank you, Brad. And again, thank y'all for allowing us a chance to talk about solar. And I just personally want to tell you how great it's been to see so many of all of y'all, because y'all are all dear friends and I miss y'all. But I want to leave you with one thought of something that I've been working on a little bit, or at least we've been discussing, and it kind of ties in with what Brad was mentioning with what the Walton EMC is doing down in Early County and all. But Jeffrey Harvey and I with Farm Bureau have just been talking about this, and we're waiting on some more information now. But think about what we're dealing with here, and with the battle over the water situation in Southwest Georgia and the Flint River Basin and the Florida lawsuit and everything. But what if we were able to somehow incentivize? Now, I want to be careful when I say that, because that's one thing that separates Georgia from other states, because we have not subsidized solar with regards to state money. It's zero subsidies, and we don't want to start down that route. Now, they do get the federal income tax credit, which is phasing out next year. But and Brad and I have talked about this as fellow conservatives. We feel like that Congress would be better served to not reauthorize that next year. There's an attempt to do that, because we think solar can stand on its own now without the 30% federal tax credits. Maybe they should look at doing the battery piece. But what if we were able to take some of these areas in the Flint River Basin that have been deemed sensitive areas with regards to the water issue, and somehow incentivize those particular areas as being good for projects for solar deployment? Then you don't have to worry about taking your Class 1 good ag land and putting it in solar panels. You're taking land that right now has a pivot irrigation on it. Most likely that's tied in with the EMC grid somewhere because of where it's at in a rural area. And if we could take those areas and put them into solar instead, then you're closing down that well, you're saving that water. Just think about that, because that could be somewhere where we could use the legislature's help. But thank y'all as General Assembly members for what y'all have allowed the PSC to do with solar, and not do like some of these other states we mentioned have done, where the legislature mandated so much solar instead of letting us at the commission do it in a disciplined approach, a market-driven approach. That's why solar is being done in a good way, and it's being done in a Georgia way, and it's why other states are trying to do what we're doing now. We couldn't have done that without y'all, so thank y'all.
Well, yep. Well, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Brad and Bill. Thank y'all for being here. And to the members, we do have lunch, and to the audience, we do have lunch out in the hall. Also to the members, we'll be meeting again in a few weeks, November 12th and 13th, I think. So we'll see everybody soon. We'll be in Edenton, Putnam County. So look forward to seeing you there. And
For lunch, just follow the signs down the hallway and down a short hall. They'll turn you right down a short hallway, and lunch is waiting there.
all right. We're